Check 1, 2, mic check. Check. Check 1, 2, mic check. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Y'all think we're going to get a turnaround Tuesday or what? Sorry to be a few minutes late this morning. I had to reset all of my crap here in the office. Thanks, Chop. I have I have to do like when I do mic checks in the morning, it's because I got a lot of stuff going on, and I also need to listen to it in my ears. I've got like a soundboard, mixing board, and then I have to like mix a bunch of different stuff together for you to get as well, and make sure that I'm hearing incoming voices speaking, like the news squawker, stuff like that too. That's why you hear me in the morning. You'll hear me in the morning doing mic checks. I have to make sure that all these different channels and it all sounds right and the feedback is correct in my ear. It's like a DJ that has a speaker behind him or earphones in while he's playing music, kind of a thing. Okay, so we have a lot to go over this morning. We got more than, of course. I'm taking Tuesdays as an office day, or Mondays as an office day, so we're playing catch up on Tuesdays. So we have a bunch to go over this morning, whole bunch of crap. So let's get right into it and try to catch ourselves up this morning. Give me one quick second here.
You want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge?
No, I do want to stress something to you here. We have bottomed. We bottomed on Friday. This whole week should be some sort of bottoming process that should wind up into like the 14th or 18th, somewhere around there, for a turn higher. This morning we have jolts. No, looks like jolts already took place, unless I've got this wrong. Oh, I might be in the wrong time zone. 10 a.m. I'm gonna have to check and see if my times are all fucked up with the time change. I think it's at 10. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. I gotta check this. Shit. At some point, I gotta check this morning and see if I'm wrong with my times. Give me a second here. Fixed times on economic news. I think we have jolts here at 9 a.m. And then tomorrow we have, I think I'm off right here by an hour. I could be wrong. But tomorrow on Wednesday we get at 8:30 a.m. It says 7:30 here. Core inflation rate, month over month, year over year. Inflation rate, month over month, year over year. We get PPI on Thursday. And then Friday we get Michigan consumer sentiment. That's about it for the rest of this week. So we're looking at jolts this morning in 20 minutes. Now, the risk here is, let's go over to the main screen really quick. So the risk here is for buyers to step in. I do want you to realize that it should be a bumpy road through here. We're on a 1 minute chart right now, but I want you to realize that when you look back on this time period, you're going to look back on it and forget that this was the bottom. You're all counting ticks on a 1 minute chart here and losing focus on what you should be looking at, which is a return to the scene of the crime. As a seller, you know what sellers will do. They'll talk to you here in the chats Matter of fact, I got to turn the chat so not off, but help me get rid of some of these chats here because I don't want to listen to them. And I haven't wanted to listen to them for the last 2 or 3 weeks because I'm trying to buy here. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm trying to get long here and not panicking. It's the same as the top. When we were talking about buying a hedge or opening a hedge in the top, nobody wanted to talk about that. And nobody wants to be talking about the bottoming in the marketplace. They all want to, like to say things like, oh, we're going to go down, we're going to crash, and all this other fucking nonsense. And then every single time they come out and say things to you like, well, I closed before the squeeze kind of stuff. I'm sure that yesterday everyone was short Tesla into the bell. I think Tesla was up a couple % this morning.
S&P 500.
I'm sure they closed, though, but didn't tell you in the chat. It's always like that. I always feel like that the loudest voices might not be that specific person, but the loudest voices in chats, especially on public chats. So no offense to anybody that's chatting. I do want you to chat on Twitch and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. I just can't read it. Not right now. I can't read it when we're on tops either. It does no service to me in what I need to be doing. Because this shit's real, right? Like the money is real and the profit and loss is real. So we do have to talk, though, at some point today more about a topic of conversation from last night, which is are we going to roll this market down or not? Or do we sell? Like, how do we hedge or sell? There's likely going to be some panic when we get back up there. If like I'm saying it like it's guaranteed, but nothing's guaranteed in any market, right? But if we do have that trade higher, there's going to be panic. There's going to be traders, investors out there initially that are going to tell you, oh, no, bro, we're going all-time highs, and we're going to keep cranking and cranking and cranking. And they're just going to use it as a way to get out. This happens every single issue, symbol, stock out there. You cannot trust people. You can't trust people that are telling you it's going to crash. And you can't tell people as you make your way higher that they're long until all-time highs. They're going to slam the sell button on you. Always that knee-jerk reaction. It's why when you go to close, especially on upside gaps, it's like if you have let's say a stock ticker PORN and it just like moons, right? And it doesn't matter if it's going to continue on that initial major roll down. There are massive groups of bulls that are like, oh, no, bro, it's going way up here. And you'll always notice when you go back to retrace that move, there's always volatility in that, right? That's the guy that was telling you it's going to all-time highs normally. And that's often why I say don't listen to chats or don't listen to FinTwit. I don't talk about this as much as I used to, but I used to talk about it a lot with Tesla Gang back in the day. And I was never trying to be nasty about it. It was more, I was an original Tesla investor, so I knew a lot of these guys when they didn't have 1 million followers on FinTwit. I knew them when they were on Wall Street Bets many moons ago. And a new investor or someone new to, say, FinTwit or Wall Street Bets or someone that's finally buying. Let's take a look at this closely here. This is already primed to squeeze, so I'm trying to get long here myself. So I'm like, yeah, we're supposed to go down here, but like we're supposed to go down right here. Let me change that up for you. But even so, I think we have more upside risk than we have downside risk here. So
healthcare down 2.1%, the biggest laggards. Whereas energy outperforming up by 0.5.
Just turn this off because this guy doesn't mean shit. But let's talk about the Tesla thing. So it always pained me that I would meet like a new Tesla bull, and they would say things to me like, "Oh, well, so and so on FinTwit, this highly respected Tesla bull, he knows everything about Tesla. He said this," and then of course that young Tesla bull gets smoked. And I don't think that I don't think that a lot of traders understand. If I'm in Tesla for $10, I'm going to tell you that it's going to go to the moon all the time. GCA, bro, just buy. What do you care what price it is? You have to understand where they're coming from. Are they selling calls into you? Do they own the underlying from a very low price? Are they selling calls or even puts into you? You don't know they'll tell you, whoa, no, bro, I'm just a permeable. But they don't tell you what their rationale is. If you're in Tesla for $10, you're always going to say it's going to moon. The higher it goes, the better off it is. And as a matter of fact, for Tesla gang, whenever we're down here, like right where we are right now, it's a pain trade specifically for longtime Tesla bulls that are like super leveraged on buying shares. So you'll sometimes see them on public start to tear down Elon Musk and stuff like that. And like the real pain will come out in their online presence. So my only point behind this is trade your own trade plan. It's very important for you as a trader and investor to some extent put blinders on and say, this is what I want and this is what I'm willing to do. This is what I'm responsible for, and not really paying attention to the cheering on gangs, I guess, maybe cheering on of burn it down more or moon it or whatever. That's all just nonsense that has nothing to do with you making money. As a matter of fact, I took 2 trades yesterday. Both were green. There were short trades. One was 2 bars, 2 1-minute candles. I made 10 or 11%, I think, but I had bought a ton of contracts, so I made a bunch of cash. And then I did one more later in the morning before I ended up having to get out of here. And it was a good day for me. It was green. This whole week's green right now for me. So trading your own plan, if you're listening to people scream, and if you were a part of that, something is wrong. And it ain't me. It shouldn't be you either. So if you're hearing people scream, block them, mute them. It's insanity. To be listening to that stuff. It's pure insanity. I tend to put, let's see what happens here if we can break up and through. And by the way, this is the 62. Bring that back over in case we can begin to squeeze. This is dangerous to me. I don't want to trade this. I want to. I shouldn't say that I don't want to. What I want to do is buy any blood. So think about where we are right now. For me in particular, I'm just looking for excess of down moves this week. If I have any excess to the downside, any bloodbaths down, I'm looking to get long. So that's all I'm looking for. If we begin to break out of this stuff, if we begin to, like, let's say we squeeze up here and we get up here, that's all fine. I don't want anything to do with it. And I'm going to tell you why. We're below the half-hour and hourly trigger. I want nothing to do with it, I'll be honest with you. I want to buy excess, any lows, any excess to the downside. I will trade above this hourly trigger, but we're not there yet. I'd want to trade a back test of it to go higher. But until we get there, patience is the word this week. If there is any kind of word this week, for me at least, it's look for excess to the downside. Anyways, it's important for you. I want you to know this as a trader, as an investor, that when you hear emotion from chats, could be on Twitch, YouTube, could be FinTwit, could be anywhere. You don't want to be a part of that in any way, shape, or form. I think it's poison, personally. I don't find any. Do you find any? I guess the bigger question would be, do you find any value from it? I don't. I don't find any value. I'm looking for constructive conversation. Or how do you make some money? Is there some place we can make money? That kind of stuff. I'm not interested, to be honest, with all the doom or even all the FOMO. Like, I posted something on BluesSky yesterday, or late last night. I got done with the late show last night, and I made a post on BluesSky that said, last two times Tesla hit these bottoms. I'll show it to you right now. Let me bring this up. So, this is the thing that. Let me go down here, and this is part of separating. This is part of separating your emotions, your feelings, and the stock market. So, I want you to think about Elon Musk, Doge, Trump. I want you to think about the things that you're reading right now and consuming. Whether you're a proponent of Musk and Doge or you're an opponent of it. I want you to think about that, and then I want you to think about something more important, which is, let's say Tesla, but this is the bottom for Tesla and it goes higher. If you're a proponent of Musk and Doge, you're going to say something like, look, everything is fine. They're doing a great job and nobody really cares. If you're like opponent and we bounce here, you're going to say something like what? Well, look, we showed them, right? Or something like that. The truth be told, the stock market here bottomed right here, right? October of 2022, somewhere in here. And we've been experiencing a bull run in the market. We've been experiencing a bull run. Let me say that again. A bull run in the stock market. Now, the stock price has gone up for Tesla. It's come down for Tesla. And it has followed a trend. Okay? In this bull run. Up, down. There was no Doge here, was there? There was no Trump here. There was none of that. Came up, went down. It's a meme stock. You should think of Tesla like a meme stock. Bounced again, right? And we're coming back down into that same zone right now. Right, so you got a pricing in of Doge and Trump and Elon and Trump, and it's coming back down again. And if this turns up again, I would be hard pressed to believe that this stock is trading like, oh look, Elon fucked up. Oh look, Doge sucks. Oh look, Trump fucked up. Oh look, everything is horrible. And then you see a bounce. I would only believe you that that's the case if it was more like blast through, reject, and start breaking actual trend. Does that make sense? It's like not until we're down here. And the grossest part of all of this is what? Stock markets and stonks are meant to be traded. And if you're on the upside and downside of this, all the noise as it was going up, and then all of the noise as it's going back down. It's better for you to be aware of why it's going up back here and to long it, and then the fact that you now have the noise creating for the downside move than believing any of the bullshit. Any of the bullshit in the way up, greed. Any of the bullshit on the way down, greed. And not necessarily anything else. It's kind of like when we started this at the top of SPY. We were at the top of SPY and we're saying hedge the markets, and then I started to egg Rubner on. I'm egging him on because I realize this is coming. I'm making thumbnails for our videos that are building into the doom. If you can pre-anticipate these moves, you'll make a bunch of money. So if you have Tesla bouncing and heading higher and coming back down, if it bounces again, you should be anticipating that turn until proven otherwise. Does that make sense to you? So as Tesla starts to make a turn, you are going to expect certain things to happen. Trump coming out and saying something like, oh, I'm going to buy a Cybertruck. Elon doing a Larry Kudlow is a market participant. He's an evil fuck from Wall Street. And he went down there and did an interview about how sad he feels. I don't really care. I just know that they're going to turn that. They're going to turn on that astroturfing to try to watch this turn happen. Now, let's say I'm anticipating a turn here on Tesla, right? And I'm like, hey, I should start expecting the news to change into a positive light. You got Elon out there yesterday looking for forgiveness. It's like kabuki theater bullshit. More bullshit that has more to do with the accumulation and distribution of stock. Now, I'm anticipating that. I am. If the stock starts to turn and rejects and gets sold down, I will change my tune, won't I? But not until then. And why not? Why not? Because it's proved itself once, twice, and now I'm looking for a 3, right? So it's proved itself. And maybe this time is different. Maybe it does sell down. But we're not there yet, are we? And I can get short if you want me to over here, but not until that happens. And not until the bullshit astroturfing, numbers are great, and I don't know, let's suck each other off with Tesla and Elon. Oh, maybe it's not so bad. You got New York Times, CNN, all this other nonsense just pumping Tesla, which is what I'm going to expect. But not until we get to that point where we start breaking that trend. Can I do that? And you shouldn't either. You should be anticipating, good news, better news, greater news, gooder news, great news, best news, right? Bestest news, slightly bad news. Taking a little bit, try to take a little profit here. Slightly worse news, worser news, worstest news, worster news, oh, good news. Oh, such a bad guy beat me with a stick. Oh yeah. Oh, numbers are good. Oh yeah, that kind of stuff. You should be expecting that as the norm. Rather than, we're down because of Musk or because of Doge, because of Trump. You have to separate those things, or at least realize, if you want to see real damage here to Tesla, you break that shit right there and I'll believe you. Otherwise, you're beginning to drink the Kool-Aid. So is that what you do? Or are you going to say Tesla's down because of Doge and because of Trump? And then are you the chubby chaser that then once price moves higher, you just change your tune again? Or do you walk around on socials and say it's a fraud? It happens with stocks all the time. So you have to be able to separate those things. And if it does become material where, hey, they're like, we get the bounce and nope, we're going under, then we'll entertain that. This is when you, only if we break trend, that is when you can come out and say, holy fuck, he is hurting Tesla. He is, Trump and Elon are hurting Tesla, but not until then. Does that make sense? Start breaking that trend, then you can be like, hey, you know what? He's done some fucking damage. 10:01 Jolts just came in. I think. Could be wrong here, but trying to squeeze higher right now. Let me go back here. Had a nice little back test over here. We closed that gap. We closed that gap too, so we did satisfy the downside move, even though I want to see us go lower. I'd really like to see us get down here and make it nasty, but we've done what's needed to be done here. We'll watch this closer here. It's just important for you as a trader to be able to separate those things. I gotta say it even more too. Like, how do you trade that? Like, if Tesla starts turning up and you're still short, do you just like fucking lie and come back on socials and say, "Oh, I closed, bro"? Yeah, I believe that, bro, but it's a fraud. Is that really you really live that life? I don't know. I think that's fucking crazy. Batshit crazy. That has nothing to do with the price of stonk. So, at any rate, be careful right now with what you consume. It's important. And that reverts back to what I was just saying to you earlier, which is I'm trying to get long here. I'm buying things. Bought CAT, bought LMT, been buying SPY, been closing hedges, and I want to hedge higher. I want to hedge on a high. I want to go back and hedge again. I don't want to listen to someone telling me how it's going to crash further when I just made fucking bank on my hedge. I don't give a fuck about you if you're a bear. I'll be honest with you. I hedged. I made money. I made mine. That's what matters. The silent majority is me, not you screaming on socials. Here to make money. And the importance of that. Oh, yes. Please come back down. Yes. So, where am I as a trader right now? Last night I showed you a chart that looks like a quarter end trade, right? And what this week should look like. Not be exact, but should look like to some extent. There are some date issues where we have got. Sorry, hold on here. I'm getting old, man. Oh yeah, baby, bring it right down there. There are some date issues with expiration and OPEX and money flows. Oh yeah. Got it right down there. There we go. Let's snap that out a little bit. Show that to you guys. So, I think I don't know how to explain this better. Like, I'm looking for a bottom, right? I guess would be the better way to say it. Like, I'm looking for a bottom to get long here, for a seasonal low. I mean, these are things that we predict for you. We tell you in advance. Say we're going to go into some seasonal weakness here, and now I'm trying to get long. So, what's my stance? My stance is I'm trying to look for bottoms to buy with upside prints. That is the regime. I'm trying to sell here. I'm not trying to sell this open to the devil. I did tell you in the Discord this morning to sell the open, but I didn't want you to buy a dip. I want you to look for lows to pick up to buy. And we should also be selling those lows until we get into the 14th. And when's the expiration? I gotta keep this shit on. I gotta hold on a second here. Expiration. I believe it's next Tuesday or Wednesday. Maybe next Wednesday. It's the 20th. Do I have that right? Nope, I got that wrong. God damn it. It's the 18th. So I did have it right. It's the 18th. So Tuesday the 18th. So I'm looking for two instigators to go higher. Looking for the 14th. That's Friday. It's Friday. And then I'm looking for the 18th. And I'm also looking for some volatility around the 18th. Downside move before, and then another bottom just after it. So anything that I can jump into down here, I'm going to looking for what? A print after those two dates. And I am looking to trade higher to the scene of the crime. Like, this is garbage. Like, I mean, you can trade this for minutes, 1-2 bars, stuff like that. But when I showed you that chart last night, it's going to destroy bears, right? And bulls, I guess, depending on how you look at it. They're going to try to wreck the calls for the upside move. They're going to try to do a bunch of horse trading this week on puts and hedges and all that kind of stuff, as the way is higher in my view. Or at least that's what I think. If you think the way is lower from here, that's your view, I guess. But for me, the way is higher, without a doubt. It's just a matter of timing it. And them trying, or not them, but dealers trying to fuck you all along the way until it goes higher. Nothing's ever that clean, right? Or at least in my experience, nothing's ever been that clean. Yeah. Like tariffs, I gotta tell you guys something. Like, and David's making this point right now, a great point. Like, tariffs aren't enforced right now. If you look at the actual data, like, not the fake bullshit, not the noise that's being pushed around. Like, probably Wolf Richter is probably the only person. Like, if you follow Wolf Richter, every post he makes and read all the comments, you go back like a week later and you read the article, then you go back in a week and you read all the commentary. When then you listen to a Fed chair speech or minutes, it makes sense. You're like, oh, I understand what Jerome is. I understand the verbiage that Jerome is using now because of Wolf Richter, and the real truth versus what we're consuming, what's being fed to us, or I picked this and picked that data, or I picked this and that to tell my narrative. None of this stuff's happened. Like, literally, like I can't even express like the firing people has been bullshit. Tariffs have been bullshit. Nothing's been happening. It's just like fire hose of diarrhea. That's all it is. Fire hose of diarrhea. Fire hose of diarrhea. In terms of the market, or in terms of economic data changing, this is all sentiment driven. Everything here at this point is sentiment driven. All of it. Like, all of this is just pure sentiment. It has no basis in reality. So it just doesn't at the moment. Well, like, policy doesn't at the moment. It's weird. I didn't get the jolt numbers. What the fuck is going on? Oh, there we go. I got some weird wonkiness going on. Like U.S. jolts on Trump. I have instructed Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff and 50% on all steel and aluminum coming into the United States from Canada. Trump, this will go into effect tomorrow morning. Like, it's just like the fucking. I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity. I gotta say something else to you guys. This is like the canary in the coal mine. Normally, when you have two terms as a president in this country, No, I sense panic here from Trump. I'll be honest. Normally, when you are a two-term president, your second term you are considered a lame duck and nobody listens to you anymore. And they are truly waiting for the midterms to watch this change, and then you get into election season. And for some reason, we as Americans are somehow like giving a pass to his second term not being lame duck. And that's coming sooner than later. And you know who says this is Wall Street. Both JPM, GS in particular, if you remember their outlooks for this year, this was back in November, December, and even in the summertime and when he won, they were very clear in saying, hey, and I want you to know something. Wall Street is conservative as fuck. Like they love Trump. Wall Street loves him. But they don't lie to you when they're talking about this stuff behind the scenes on Bloomberg terminals, on white papers, on outlooks to their client base. They're honest. They're like, hey, look, like we love Trump, but let's be honest. Is he going to get everything he wants to get done? No. The answer is no. They don't believe that what he's telling you and I is going to be real forever. And the clock is ticking. It is. The clock is ticking. The lame duckness will be like a freight train when it happens. We'll all be here, Trump's going to do all this amazing stuff. Oh, Trump's going to do the worst stuff, no matter what your take on it is. And then one day you're going to wake up real fucking soon and no one's going to be listening anymore. It's sooner than it's farther away. We're not in Trump 1.0 with a possible second term, 6 years of Trump policy. You are literally at the ass end of Trump policy. It's almost done. Pain, the drilling or the happiness, whatever it is, whatever you want out of Trump, even if you're a supporter of his, we're at the end, the tail of it. Not at the left tail, but at the right tail of it. So you take some of that into consideration, like breathe, and especially if you're for Trump, you likely know. If I was for Trump, I would be panicking. I would be like, I want this stuff to happen now, not later, not in 2 weeks, not in a month, not in 6 months, and definitely not in 2 years. You want that change as fast as possible. And you'll see more panic from these guys as time passes. I would be panicking because you need it done if you're a Trump supporter. I'm very keen on this. They did this to Obama. His first term, he got bogged down in the House and Senate, or the House and the Senate. He got one package passed that wasn't what he wanted, and they tied him up. They hog-tied his ass for 4 more years, and then his last 2 years he became a lame duck. So lots of promises made, right? I had like paintings and shit. Like I bought a painting like Hope and Change and all this kind of stuff I had, and I'm like, yeah, like I love Obama, I want to suck him off, and none of that shit happened. It was something that angered me. I was like, how could someone that was majority liked get so hogtied? And it's part of our system. It really is part of our system. And I was reading this article this morning about unemployment from Wolf Street. And of course, the data is they do these seasonal adjustments on unemployment to smooth data because of seasonality. And I'll simplify this for you. So if you see, let's say you see an unemployment rate, right? Any rate, and it's normally weak. They account for that. So you'll hear like somebody push to you, oh, look at the unemployment rate, how bad it is. You're like, wait a minute, it's like that every year at this time. Does that make sense? Or they'll tell you something like, they'll give you data that's only relevant to that moment. So an example would be this. Let's say you have like unemployment rising at this huge velocity, right? And then unemployment's going down this huge velocity, right? And then you get like a tick, but it's vertical for seasonal high spike in unemployment. Someone will point to that and say, look at that. You know, that's bad, man. Doge, Trump, doom, 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 bro. They're not telling you where we were in relevance to that. They're not telling you that seasonally this is to be expected regardless of what Doge and Trump is doing. They don't want to harp on that. We're in seasonal weakness. They're going to tell you, like, oh, God, look at that. It's terrible. It's a fucking nightmare. The world's going to end. And it's just not the truth. So, like, fuck. And you can't argue with these people, right? There's no arguing with them. Even when you show them the data, there's no arguing. So maybe if you're in the Discord, read that post that I made this morning about unemployment and read it. Read it for what it truly is, which is unemployment is fine. If anything, they're going to cut some QT. Do you guys know that? Likely. The Fed is likely going to cut a little bit of QT, and that'll be fascinating to hear the reaction to that in the market. And that's a lot about like the talk we had yesterday about, or last night, the talk we had about corporate earnings, that they should be outstanding. He has some articles from last week and the week before. He doesn't like to address this stuff, but he will. He'll be like, "Fuck it, I will." And last week, I think he did an article on inflation and tariffs, and he was like, "Look, I'll just show you right now the hit from imports to GDP." He's like, "First, I'm going to show you why GDP now is skewed. It's skewed with data that's it's not garbage. It's just like old data mixed with new data, and so it kind of skews the oh my God, GDP is crashing, which it isn't." And then also the effect of imports. This is when I think I told you this like 10 fucking times. I was like, matter of fact, I had a friend tell me that they weren't buying in Q3 and Q4. And I was like, that's not true. They are. I can see it in the fucking data. They're fucking maxing out right now in Trump tariffs. So you've got companies that were panicking. As soon as Trump won, companies were already beginning to like load up on shit. Like, we're going to start buying nails by the case, bro. I got a warehouse over here in the desert. You know, I'm going to take delivery on that. Take delivery on that oil, right? Tanker gang, if you all remember that during COVID. Where can I store fucking 40 million gallons of oil in my West Texas farmstead? Can I bury it in the backyard until oil goes back up? Kind of shit. And you can see it right now as that data continues to come out that, in fact, these companies were buying this shit in anticipation. Imagine being a company. You're like a greed-based company. And what you do is you begin raising your prices in November, December, January, fucking February. These are companies in Canada. These are companies in Mexico and China, everywhere. This is what they do. They're greedy. So imagine being like a company X. And I saw one Canadian company came out this week and said, we're not going to raise prices on you from Trump tariffs. This is a Canadian company. I forget what the name of it is, but the first thing that came to my mind was these fucks already raised their prices. Guaranteed. I haven't even looked, and I'm not gonna bother. They probably already raised their prices for the last 3 or 4 fucking months. Uh-oh, what happened? Uh-oh. I'm losing my show here. Hold on a second here. Oh, there we go. We're back again. So I'm thinking about greed always. Think about that with the stock market. Think about that with Tesla, the price of Tesla. Unless it's fraud or something that Wall Street doesn't truly like, legal fraud, fake fraud, it really is accumulation and distribution. And then the second thing would be never trust the fucking company that tells you something in public. Ever. And And if your corporation, what corporations were doing was, so we're taking a hit from imports, right? And it's hitting our GDP, but in fact, on the back end of that, corporate profits are going to be booming because I bought nails before tariffs, and I raised prices in anticipation of tariffs, and then while Mr. fucking Orange Man Mouthpiece is screaming he's going to do this and do that, I get to hit you a second time. So I raised my prices from $1 to $1.25, which I shouldn't have done anyways because the input is not 25% of what I'm charging you $1 for. We know that too. It's the scam there. It's like fucking scam after scam after scam after scam. And then we're like, oh, what are they going to do when they report? I'm going to tell you the truth. Record profits. Record fucking profits. And the story afterwards will be greedflation. They'll eventually roll out the greedflation package. You know what I mean? So oh, we're all fucked. The unemployment rate's going to go to the moon. And no, it's like a dent. There's like millions of federal workers. Like, but we've already cut 30,000 federal jobs. I'm like, yeah. And furthermore, federal jobs are just a small portion of total unemployment. And it's 10 or 20,000 out of millions of workers. I think Winky this morning said something about how Elon made a statement. He wants to cut $2 trillion. I want to cut $2 trillion from the budget or the spend or the deficit or whatever. It's a fucking pipe dream. Tesla's been promising me a fucking this and that since fucking 2010. Been promising me all kinds of shit. Bullshit. It's bullshit. It's toilet paper. Just like literal toilet paper being thrown around. There's nothing based in reality. The same thing has to do a lot with this data that goes against a lot that's purported or said that's true or it's going to happen. Same thing with tariffs. Same thing with the truth, which is greedflation. These companies will always try to take the easy path and just pass along the cost to you. Not only that, they'll try to get more profit. Like I think the base case is like Bob on Main Street believes that a company is going to like take a tariff hit and just try to pay the tariff. Fuck no. They're going to try to fucking get more profit. You know, they got nails by the truckload in a storage unit somewhere to build houses or bottles or cans or whatever. So anyways, historically, at least, you do get a hit to inflation. You do get a hit to GDP, but it's one time. And eventually they can't pass that cost on to you is the greater point. And you've got a limited amount of time for this to be real. Trump will be out. He'll be lame duck in 2 years. So, you know, you get a regime change or you get someone out there that says, oh, we're going to clean up all the mess here, sweep it all up. And all of a sudden, all the fear and craziness goes away. And that's a lot in line with what Wall Street has said about this. You're going to get some initial pain. Trump's a serious man. Just don't take him literally. That this will always be like this. It likely won't. And as most of you that are older know, whenever you get violent swings in policy anywhere, there's always the backswing, right? We know that happens in most of life, especially with major shifts or changes or any kind of a disruption of the norm. It always swings back, doesn't it? It's like swing one, you're like, or you got the norm, right? Yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that. And then you get this violent swing and you go, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. But there's always the swing back, isn't there? You're like, oh, that was bad. You're like, oh, don't worry, it'll be right back in a minute. back the other way, and you go, oh, that was short lived. That didn't last forever. It's not forever, ever, 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 ever. So keep that in mind with all the doom saying and soothsaying and all that kind of stuff. Ooh, yeah, keep on coming down, baby. Come on down. Come on down. Can we get 52? I bet we can. I wonder if we can get. Well, let's draw this better. Let's do some better crayons. So we got one here. We got something like that one right there. We get that one right there, maybe. Let's do some time here. Let's clean this shit up. 10:30. Start with that one. Trying to waste time with you guys so that I can look for a dip to buy, to be honest with you. See if we can get some smashy smash down here and get some lower lows. Bring on the doom, baby. Bring on the fucking doom. Give me a quick second here. What am I looking for? Hang tighter, guys. What is this? Hold on a second here. What the fuck that is? Can I do this? Ring, 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 ring. Undefined, 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 undefined. That doesn't help me at all. I'm tight here. Guess I'm drawing my own this morning. Well, luckily, I've got there we go. Hang tight 1 second. 556 500. Should go down a little bit more. Nope. No, dude. What is going on? God damn it. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude, this is pissing me off to no end. Okay, snap right there. There we go. A little bit more down to go. And I want to talk to you guys in the Discord here in just a minute. Ah, shit, I'm missing it. No, I'm not missing it yet. I'm not missing it yet. me one more downside move. One more. Don't squeeze yet. One more downside move. Do not squeeze out of here yet. No, don't do it. Or you can do it. Just turn back around to the downside. More down, please. That over there. This is retesting the lows from yesterday right now. Just a heads up to you. Turn down a little bit more. I want more fucking down. Hold on a second here. God damn it. I'm so sloppy today. I'm really not sloppy. It's just a lot going on. Come on, baby. Come on down. Let's make some money today. Zero dates. Dude, it's so expensive. Little bit more.
So did you see earlier on GM shares drop about 3.6% and Ford shares down about 2.2% after Trump's latest tariff threats? Ontario Premier Doug Ford says Ontario and Canada will not back down until Trump's tariffs are gone for good.
Who the fuck is this company right here? Can't trade this with you on the show at all. There's no fucking way.
Seeing Eurostock's equity volatility moves higher, hits fresh 7-month high on. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleed?
Dude, what is going on with this fucking... Hold on a second here. This PEV. PEV. Do they even have options? No. Nope, they don't. They're doing good. Ooh, like PEV.
US stocks extend fall, S&P 500 down 1%.
Commercial EV maker has aspirations of transitioning into passenger EV sector. Anticipation and growth opportunities ahead. 14 million raised from its recent IPO. PEV and you'll need further capital raising to support the invest. Oh, that sucks. There's a company that I'm looking at here. It's a long. They're a great company, but they have the same problems that what do you call it has. We're not going to talk about this company. They have the same problems that Real Good Foods have. Oh, here we go. No. Yes. I was going to talk to this company called PEV. They've got their fundamentals are great.
Falling more than 1%.
They need cash though.
September 12th.
A little bit more. A little bit more. Come down a little bit more. Watch out for a nice little knife to the downside here in just a minute. A little bit more. Little bit more. What's the opening price? 61. Oh, hold on. The option market is taking the possibility. Well, I'm not long here.
The volatility index getting to around 29.55.
S2 is at 54.86. There ain't no way I'm long yet. Target hit. We'll see if they roll this around here. Yeah, there's this one more. This band right here. It's not showing, but oh, I'm at. Keep your eye on this band right here. This one right here. Turnaround Tuesday, baby. That's where it's at right there. Mm. Where's all this? What am I missing here? Okay, get that. No, no. That. Okay, got that. What am I missing here? There we go. Like, what the fuck am I missing here? UTC 4, maybe? There we go. I fixed my hourly. We're back. I hate by the way, I can't fucking stand daylight savings time. I was thinking about that this weekend. I was thinking that I'm finally tired of it. Like I used to be tired of daylight savings, but not like I am right now. I can't stand it. It screwed up. Like my schedule this weekend got all messed up. Then yesterday morning when I woke up yesterday morning, my body adjusts itself to whatever the time is supposed to be. And then I have to readjust my body to that new time, which takes time.
According to Axios, Israel and Lebanon have agreed to open negotiations to resolve disputes over land border between the nations. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
One quick second here. Just want to check these. It's so close. I want one more down move. He wants to squeeze so bad. I just want one more. I just want one more. One more slam and then higher. Patience, 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 patience. Sit on your hands. Patience, patience, patience. We're gonna fucking squeeze. I just don't know if it's right now or if it's in. I don't know if we make the downside move first, then squeeze balls, or we squeeze from here. It's either here or a little bit lower. We're gonna do a monster squeeze. I just don't know when it is. It's gonna be one of these things where I'm either right or I'm gonna be pissed. It's either gonna be like I hate like 2020 hindsight trading. I'm guilty of it. Bro, why don't you just take the long right here? And then I do it the next time and it does the one downside move and then higher. I'm like, fuck. I was right. Why did it work the second time?
In wake of Trump's 50% tariffs on Canada, last up 0.5%.
God, Trump will shortly be declaring a national electricity emergency, which is bizarre. I live in Michigan. We don't that would be like. Do you want me to be honest with you guys? Like, so I live in Michigan, and we get our gas and we get some gas and electricity here in Michigan, and I was looking at what the impact would be on tariffs. It's pennies. DTE was our our major electric company. They might charge us a little bit more than they should, but the actual cost to us is minutia, pennies. It's just like swinging dicks. Doug Ford, Trump swinging dicks around. It's nothing that would be outside of greedflation. Nothing that should be a concern for you if you live in Michigan. It's just more fodder. Ooh. Come on, give me one more. Just give me a knife to the downside. Please, don't squeeze. I went to a or how should I say this? It's very important as a father to know that your children are different. There's some parts of being a dad, I guess, or some of it's genetics and some of it's like some of it's nature, some of it's nurture. It's very important as a parent to know that your children are different people, grew up differently. You can only do there's some things you're never going to change. There's like parents can do the best job in the world and kids can do the wrong things too. Like this is very multifaceted, but as a parent, you can only do your best for a child. And both of my daughters are distinctly their own people. And in particular, my youngest, my oldest was in STEM, but it only did a little bit of robotics. And then my youngest, I thought she was going to be, I make this joke, this jokingly, don't get mad at me. But I was always like, man, she could be a fucking pole dancer. Like, I got to really watch this one closely. She's a very extroverted, and she wants to win every race. She wants to play every sport. She wants to be involved. The older one was like, leave me alone, I'm just learning over here. I'm doing my own thing. And no, I don't want to do any team sports. No, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And that made her happy. And that's been our agreement. My youngest, on the other hand, is like, I want to do everything. I want to go ski the trees in Utah with you and possibly die. And I'm like, woof. I'm like, we have to, like, I have to watch out here. I have to watch the fuck out with this one. Make sure that whatever she's doing is productive. And I thought she may have had some learning disabilities. Was unsure. She went through she had a tough go of it. Going through COVID and not seeing other kids and being that kind of child. We had to do a lot to feed her needs, right? As parents. And she's done very well, the youngest. Her grades are through the roof. She plays clarinet. She's first chair in an orchestra. And it's been easier to define how great she is. Like the older daughter, it's tough, right? That they're doing what they're doing. You have to like look at them individually. Yeah, come on back down. Come back down. Come down and daddy down here. Come on down a little bit more. So, my youngest wants me to get involved in her robot. Yeah. Trap these fucking early buyers in.
US to sell 75.
Crush their souls.
On March 13th to settle on March 18th.
Crush them. These weak bulls don't have any patience whining.
The official says UK government will not respond to US steel tariffs.
Crying bulls. So my youngest is like, she's like, I want to skateboard. I want to be on soccer team. I want to be the best. And she is. She actually does that. That's the shit she does. And I haven't had any time to go, or she's asked me to do this like first robotics thing with her. I haven't had any time. And this is a huge commitment. It's like
macro headline risk.
It's like playing hockey. If you have a child that's ever played hockey or you've ever played hockey, it's that kind of commitment. It's like ton of money, ton of time.
They get exemption on steel tariffs.
Blah blah blah. More about tariffs. We're gonna. I can't wait to see this play out. Like, I'm gonna tariff you 25%, bro. I'm gonna tariff you 25%. I'm gonna tariff you 25%. I'm gonna tariff you 25%. It's all tomorrow, bro. It's fucking. Can you imagine being the guy that's the tariff? We're going to do it tomorrow. We're going to instigate it tomorrow, bro. Yeah, we're going to change everything. Everybody there, that's right, tomorrow. Fucking tariff man's down at the fucking office with the stamp, and he's like, fucking changing the Rolodex. Fucking it's like a bad like Family Guy Star Wars. But my daughter is like, would you do first robotics with me? And so I was able to go down yesterday to first robotics with her, and I got to go back again tonight. And so I went with her last night, and I was able to meet a bunch of guys and a gal, two or three women, 2 or 3 men, and chatting with them, mentors and program directors and stuff like that. And I think I spent. All right, so I left to go there at. I think that started at 6 till 9:30. And I was talking to those people. These are all very smart people, of course. Most have advanced degrees. Most work in some or do serious work, and so I was able to like just speak with these people for a long period of time. And my experience with my experience with STEM and robotics is limited. I met the guy. Was it? Man, it's not Neil Gaiman. Dean Kamen. I met him years ago when he started first. I think he started first robotics. Him and another guy. And my daughter did some STEM and robotics a long time ago, decade ago, and it was an adrenal controller and some small robots, really small. And when I walked into this robotics place yesterday, that shit was not fucking around. It was big, and it was beautiful, and it was serious. And I was talking to these people about coding, robotics. Like, I'm a dumb coder. I suck at coding, but I try to at least understand it somewhat, a little bit, because see, at least like the developers and the coders know that you're not trying to just abjectly tell them to fuck off, right? To do all this repetitive work that sucks. So talked to those guys, talked to the coders last night, talked to some builders and stuff, and spent time with my daughter, and she's interested in this stuff, and I find it fascinating that she's interested in this stuff. She's always taken to building things and Legos, and they've got like lathes and cutters and multiple 3D printing operations going on. They've got welding and soldering and really cool shit. And so I went there with her last night, and commitment is huge. Time is huge. The money. But what I found really fascinating was my daughter went through this whole COVID thing, and there are a lot of kids in robotics here or STEM that their parents force them to do it, for lack of a better word. Parents force them to do it. They these are kids that are come from very wealthy backgrounds and demands from their parents. And my child's school's robotics program started as a rookie team in 2019 or 20, whenever they closed the schools down. And when they began their first program at this school, they had never had one. There was no culture of doing this stuff. So what I was told was that they had 20 or so kids that signed up with their parents, and within a week or two, kids just stopped showing up. And they told me that partially it was because of the time commitment for the kids and the parents. Parents love dropping their kids off and walking often. That happens a lot. They want babysitters for their kids. but the time commitment for the kids and the parents and the learning that's involved in this, time commitment that's involved in this, and then the fact that you also need higher education to continue on. Like you need to be like, hey, I'm going to not only do this program, but I'm going to excel in school.
A reminder with Trump's schedule for the rest of the day. At 12:30, he has a dinner with J.D. Vance, closed press. And then at 4:40 p.m., Trump departing the White House en route to the...
God, I should have bought that fucking dip.
5 p.m. is when the Roundtable Office quarterly meeting begins. So we'll see if we can get a video for it.
I need to warn you guys of something that we could squeeze and then come right back down here to trade lower.
To get a video for it.
Be very careful of a massive squeeze, something like this. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I do want to let you know that there is a possibility of some kind of monster squeeze here, like straight up and then straight back down again. There's real danger of this happening. So the commitment is huge. And then you need the kids to be willing to, hey, you're going to learn how to code, right? Hey, you're going to learn about physics, and you're only in 6th grade. Now, these teams are built or made with kids that are 6th graders, 7th graders, 8th graders, and then high schoolers, a blend. And so this team started just as COVID was about to shut the schools down. The whole team quit because of the time and the commitment needed for education and the commitment needed from parents. All these kids quit, save one. And this young boy, I guess, said, fuck it, I'll just do it alone. So he started building his robot. And, oh God, should I go long here? I don't want to go long so bad right now. These calls are just cranking right now. Be very careful of a squeeze here. Massive squeeze. God, we're going to squeeze, aren't we? Upside target 562.07. We'll make it look pretty for you guys. So all these other kids ended up quitting. And this kid started doing robotics on his own. And there were other schools with robust robotics programs. And they were shocked that this kid was going to do this on their own, so they helped him, mentored him, helped him build his robot for his school. And as a rookie team of one member, he went to his like big competition, and he won. He fucking won. He's not like a legend in this big school. It's like a regional school for robotics, and he ended up winning, and he's now a legend in the local robotics, the regional robotics community. And then they shut down the schools for COVID. So they shut down the schools for COVID, and this guy, like this young kid, as a matter of fact, without a mentor or a teacher. Am I losing the stream here? Losing the stream. Apologize for losing the stream here. So the teacher quit too. The teacher wasn't prepared for the time commitment either. Everybody quit. This kid cranked and won. So COVID happens. The program dies because he's the only kid doing it. No teacher is willing to help either. These are like teachers from the kids' school. And it just died. So everything reopened. And this school did not have, that my daughter has recently started attending, there was no robotics program. And so my daughter wants, and they're going to restart it, I guess. Here comes the squeeze, baby. You're going to squeeze the fuck out of this. Oh, yeah, they're squeezing it. Go squeeze your tits off. Watch out for rejection on this squeeze too, though. It'll be short. It should be short-lived. It won't be permanent. We're gonna come back down here. So, they restarted the program recently, and a whole bunch of kids signed up again, and they all quit. So this just happened again in the same situation. So they finally got someone that was willing. They finally got a new teacher again. This is like round 1 of losing the teacher, round 2 of losing the teacher. Now a new teacher saying, I'll help. They've lost all their coders. They've got 3 people, 3 builders. And they've got one, some kind of a coder that's going to help. And now it's just 3 children, 2 boys and my daughter. And they've been granted rookie status again because of the hiatus that's taken place. And they have their first competition, I believe, is March 22nd. Today's the 11th. So I went there last night and we looked at the robot that they've begun to build, and they'd already built it too big. It didn't meet the regs. So we tore it apart last night without the teacher there or the mentor or anyone else. They're going to find out, though, because they'd built it wrong already. They'd already started building it wrong. And so we were like, no, this is all wrong. I'm like reading through the diagrams and reading through all these 80 pages of shit I got to read, catch up on. And can I jump on this? Just give me a back test so I can jump on this. Give me a fucking back test over here. Give me this fucking thing so I can buy some of this. So we're back to like the same shit as the last time. No, don't do it. Dude, wait for me. So I'm like sitting in this thing last night, and I'm like talking to these like smart people, and then I'm talking to my daughter, and the time commitment is huge. The other 2 boys aren't there. Their parents aren't there. And they're only committing to like Saturdays.
Cut of power supplies to the US.
Talking to my daughter, I'm like, we ain't doing Saturdays. We got to get this thing built in like a week. Then we got to troubleshoot it. We got to make sure the fucking coding is going to work for the controls, and we got to test this thing out. And you guys probably have to practice. As like I think they have loaders and drivers, and these kids have no tools. They have no space, no sponsors, no nothing. This is like a ragtag bunch of kids. It's literally like a movie. They have nothing. They have no tools. They got no space. They got 2 tables to work on. They have no backups. They have no like second like a set of wheels. They got the wheels that came with the kit.
Then sign up today and get
and there's like 1 kid working on this, my daughter. So I'm like, okay. I guess we're going back tomorrow to do this again. Well, I guess I'm taking you here tomorrow. We're going to build this fucking robot together. We will not fail. So, I'm like, all right. This is what we're going to do. Damn it. Why the fuck didn't I buy that fucking bottom? God, fuck me. I'm going to hit myself with a hammer. Don't do 20 hindsight trading. Don't do it. So I got to go back there again tonight with her, and I got to hammer out some time for the youngest, and I want to make sure these fucking kids get to go to this competition, and or do whatever I can do to help. So like these three kids are, maybe they can, bring some pride to their school, and um, if we don't have another goddamn COVID, you can hopefully next time get more participation. Sometimes you got to be the only ones doing it, and then you attract more people. This thing wants to squeeze. This thing wants to squeeze so bad right now. Just look at it. It wants to pump. Look at that. Look at that bull cluster. Look at that bull 1 and 5 minute trigger just wants to bam straight up. Just wants to fucking pump and pump. So, these kids have nothing. They don't have any t-shirts. They don't have any they got no t-shirts, they got no sponsors. They got nothing. They don't have any tools. They're like borrowing another couple teams' tools. Some mentors came over last night and talked to me. Tried to give, like, I was like, look, I don't know what's going on. They're like talking to me like I know what I'm talking about. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I walked in there. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, explain like I'm 5 years old, please. And they did. They did explain like I was 5 years old. I was like, you guys are using acronyms like I'm in this. I'm not. I'm like, you just need to like show me the documentation, show me what I need to read. Like get me up to speed here. Yes, I will do the speed reading tonight when I get home. Yes, I'll read. How many pages? 300? Okay, I'm on it. I'll do it. I promise. And I'm proud of my daughter. I'm proud that she finds interest in this. And we were talking about physics last night with these guys, and I teach my kids about physics. It's very like I teach my kids about physics, and but it's very hands-on, making life easier for yourself. And especially my youngest, she's young. She's she's in 6th grade, so practical physics are always better than maths. So hold on a second here, dude. Just give me a fucking. I don't want to buy this. I wanted to buy it down here, and I talked myself out of it. Should have bought it. Now I don't want to buy it. I'm always greedy. I'm always looking for like that one like downside move. So I've got that coming up for March, unexpectedly, helping kids out do robotics. I posted a bunch of pictures on Twitter yesterday. That's the labs that they build these things in. First Robotics. I take my kid to do all these cool things, and I was there last night, and I was thinking about was, wow, this is a cool place to hang out. Like, I would totally hang out here. I was like, I could totally hang out in this fucking place. Give me a liquidation break. No, 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 no. Hold on a second here. No, 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 no. You didn't just scam me like that, did you? I gotta watch this closely. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking scumbags. You fucking pieces of shit. I can't believe you just did that to me. No, no, no. Well, that makes me want to fucking rage. That really makes me want to rage. On air. Is that a glitch or something? It's got to be.
CNBC says US paperwork raising Canada tariffs hasn't been signed.
I'm having problems here with my brokerage. What the fuck is going on with my brokerage here?
Canada has not been signed.
Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on here? Are you fucking kidding me? No! What the fuck? Sorry. The fuck is going on, dude? Fuck are you doing? I'm fucking pissy. Sorry. I'm fucking angry right now. I am fucking furious. Like, Hey, I need a couple minutes here. Give me a couple seconds here.
Fox News citing Witkoff, saying Witkoff is heading to Russia for a second time this week. Just Fox News just saying Witkoff is heading to Russia for a second time this week. Not clarifying whether that is Witkoff saying that himself, but just a clarification of his schedule. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Hang tight one second. I'll be right back with you guys in a second here.
Ontario's Doug Ford warns of Trump recession and threatens electrical shutoff. So just CNBC just putting together their piece, their article, which we'll put out for you on the feed as well to summarize what's happening so far.
I'm fucking furious right now. I just tried to buy a bunch of calls here, and with a limit price, and hold on a second here. I'm on support. I'm on a support call right now. set a limit price, let's say of $1.10, or it was 90 cents or something like that, and they executed it on a limit price. They executed it like $1.10 or 20. Is there a glitch? Now I'm fucking furious because I'm missing this trade right now.
So we have posted out the article from CNBC again. Terry's dug forward warning of Trump recession and threatens electrical shutoff on the feed. Apologies, it looks like there's nothing on the article. It looks like they are going to be updating it, so they will have something on it.
Give me a second here. I'm fucking furious. Give me a second here.
Canadians Canadians in the US will have 30 days to register with the government, according to ABC. So, according to ABC, Canadians in the US will have 30 days to register with the government. So, ABC News just putting out a post on X. Canadians who are in the US for 30 days or longer will soon have to register the information with the US government, according to a notice obtained by ABC News.
Sorry about this for a minute. I got to take care of this.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, I'm getting glitchy fills. I'm getting fills. This is not the first time this has happened. And I'm talking to a guy right now, and I'm like, he's like, "No, everything's fine on my end." I'm like, this is utter fucking bullshit. Jesus, that's pretty good. Come on now. Fucking furious right now. I want this. I want my buy-in to be changed, and I'm not haven't heard a word back yet. I'm fucking furious here. This is like 2 buy-ins, 10-cent and 15-cent slippage. I'm fucking furious. Me, I use Tasty, Thinkorswim, and Robinhood. All three. Probably the best customer service out of the three is Tasty. Tasty, I can make a phone call and they'll revert me immediately. Thinkorswim, Robinhood, not as good. Robinhood's probably the worst of the three. And the only reason I use Robinhood is because of fucking trying to get familiar with it. I was like, oh, I'm going to get familiar with Robinhood.
Days or longer will soon have to register their information with the U.S. government, according to a notice.
Tasty's easy.
BBC News.
I've had all cut. Like Tasty is probably the glitchiest of all of them in my experience. But if I call my broker on Tasty, they're fine with it. I've had refunds of $15,000-$20,000.
We can see
as soon as I calm down, I'll flip out on the phone. I shouldn't, but
ready then by ABC News. Was saying Dow Jones Transport average hits lowest since August.
I don't like Robinhood at all. It's one of the worst.
5%.
I think Robinhood's is like fine for like buying stocks. That's about it. I gotta make a phone call. I gotta take a break really quick. I gotta call my broker. Seems as though my fucking chat's not working. I gotta fucking scream into the phone. I'm fucking shit like this makes me angry. I'll be right back with you guys. I mean, you got to remember here, like, hold on. So I guess we got to talk more here. So you guys got to remember that, like, if you look at my trade, if you guys look at my trades over the course of a year, it's like a fucking book. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be glitches when you're placing this many trades in a year. Give me a second. I'll be right back with you guys.
The reminder at the top of the hour expected the EIA steel report around that time, around 12 p.m. We'll also get the WASD cotton end stocks forecast 4.9 million, unchanged from the prior. Soybean end stocks forecast 380 million, unchanged from the prior. Corn end stocks forecast 1,517.5 million, prior 1,540 million. WASD wheat end stocks forecast 794, unchanged from the prior. 5 minutes ago, until we're expected to get the EA steel report and also the WASD and stocks. Cotton forecast is 4.9 million, unchanged from the prior. Soybean end stocks forecast is 380 million, unchanged from the prior. Corn end stocks forecast is 1,517.5 million, prior 1,540 million. WASD wheat end stocks forecast 794, unchanged from the prior.
I kid you not. It's like, all right, I'm good. I'm back. I'm good. All right, I'm whole again. There's a lot of fucking money. This is like serious fucking money. Like I don't like. There's like this slippage thing. Well, it's not quite slippage. It's not like futures or anything. There's like there's like I don't know. They're gonna claim that it's a glitch. That's what they're gonna tell. That's what they usually tell me is like, whenever this happens to me, it's like, I've had I've had brokerages go down, like turn off. I've had brokerages flicker on me in like no access, can't sell, buy, can't do anything. If I'm like trying to open or close a large order, I'll call my broker. But just now, what I did was down here, right in here, somewhere in here, I was trying to buy calls, right? And as an example, it said like 96 cents. So I, and the limit price, right? So I executed the trade, and then I wasn't paying attention. And then I looked, and the trade was executed at $1.20 or something like that. So I'm like, no, that does not work. And so I closed the trade. And then I did it again, and I had my limit price and everything. And now I'm paying attention, and it did it again to me. So I closed the second trade, and I tried to do like a live chat and then an email, and I just called just a moment ago. I'm like, fuck you, no fucking way, we're not doing that. And sometimes it's what I think that it is all the like most of these brokers, unless you're at a prime broker, unless you're at a prime bank, you're not trading with an actual prime bank. There's not many of them. They're selling you order flow. So what happens is, let's say there's an option that's $1. And it shows $1 to you. I don't know if you know this. Some of you may know this. Some of you probably don't. And if the price is going to go down, they'll fill that $1.
Headline: paperwork raising tariffs.
And they know this within seconds, like a half a second in the future. If the price is going to go up,
according to the report, says White House expects Canada to reach out sometime today.
They'll either not fill you, even in the most liquid instrument in the stock market, or they'll close you slightly higher, pennies more sometimes, $1.10, or not fill you at all.
We get the steel report.
So they're ahead of you by a few pennies at all times. Now, I'm not anti this practice per se, but I don't like when the brokerage face doesn't catch up to you trying to buy that price, because they will never they'll always fuck you one way or another. So you have to call them and be like, no, we ain't pulling this bullshit on me. The second execution, the second one, I watched it closely. Like I had my eyes on it, and then I watched it happen again, and I go, these fucks just fucked me again. So they gave me my money back. I'm good.
10 seconds.
I'm whole, but I'm angry because it's not. Sometimes that I'm not even watching, and sometimes I'm not even watching, and Yeah, whatever. It's fucking infuriating sometimes.
5 million as expected. Soybean end stocks 380 million, 380 million as expected. Corn end stocks 1,540.
And this is because I'm not trading on a prime broker right now, which I should be, and I'm not. So
5 million. And
if you ever want, there's like pros and cons to all this too. I should probably say more about this. Like, if you trade with a prime broker or a prime bank with a broker, usually the interface is shittier, but you get the best prices and you get easy in and out on anything. If you're ever buying stock like GME, always through a prime bank, never through like a Robinhood, a Tasty Trade, Thinkorswim, Thinkorswim's now Schwab, but like I guess Tasty or Webull or any of those brokers, they're bullshit. They're buying and selling order flow. They know the price before you're buying it by a few milliseconds or whatever. If you ever find yourself chasing, you're like, I'm chasing, I can't get in. That's order flow at work in real time. So, anyways, I'm happy again, but this shit angers me because I'm trying to buy calls for like 2-3 bars, like in and out, and this shit can cost me thousands in seconds. And when you're dealing with like a zero date that's like pennies, like I'm gonna buy this for $2 and I want to get 20 cents out of it, and they're fucking hitting you with 10 or 20, 30 cents. Like, wait a minute, I don't think we're going up 30, 40 cents or whatever. And the risk of being long in that position. Anyways, some of you probably understand this. Probably some of you probably don't. Sorry, it's infuriating, and it's infuriating, and yeah, I don't know what they were doing. I'm trying to get in and out of these trades, like just a few bars, whatever. It's fucking infuriating. I've had slippage losses of $5, $10, $15,000, and I don't know if they don't think that I'm watching, or it's just the number of the number of trades that I put on and take off, or the volume of trading that I do. It's bound to happen. But I just did it twice, and I'm like, motherfuckers. I'm like, and then the fucking person I was talking to was like, oh, I'm not seeing it on my end. I'm like, what? I just said to him, I was like, you want me to fucking do it again? I'm like, I'll fucking do it and record my fucking screen. I was angry. I was like, I'll fucking record it, do it, happening. Yeah, if you I've never had any help from Robinhood. Tasty is probably the best at there's a few things here. If you don't know this, I'll tell you a few insightful things. If you have a real broker, you can usually email or chat or call. If you should get to know your broker. Try not to be a fucking asshole to him. I tried that. That didn't work. Not this time, but I've tried that. Well, not tried that. I've fucking freaked out, and they've hung up on me. Click. Like, fuck you. Call me back when you're not angry. I haven't done that in a long time. But if you've got a good broker, they'll work with you. There's other things here too that I don't sometimes I mention it, but not frequently. If you're placing a large trade or a complex trade, you can always negotiate price. You might not know that. Let's say you're building a trade, and you're looking for a deal. You're like, hey man, I want to pay like 27 cents instead of 30 cents for this leg. They'll help you with that if you call them. If you got a good broker, they will often work with you. If you spend a lot of money with them, they will. But you probably don't know that either, right? Did you know that options are sometimes negotiable with a broker if you speak to them on the phone, have a good relationship with them? Probably not. Are you guys? I'm having some issues on my end with the show. Someone's saying you guys are having some. My screen was freezing earlier. We're whole though again, so we'll go back to what we're talking about here with the market. I apologize. That shit grinds my fucking gears. Between taxes, like I just got my taxes done this week. Mm-mm. No bueno. Or like I'm getting like my final tax stuff going on, and like there's slippage everywhere. Everywhere in life, slippage. Yep, 100%, Sam. I'm telling you, like it's like never fucking ending. It's like fucking never fucking ending. All right, what are we doing here? Let's go back to the market. No squeezing, huh? No fucking squeezing. They're trying to take another stab at this downside move here. I shit you not. That shit fucking bugs the fuck out of me. Um, that shit is infuriating. It's still grinding on me right now inside of my head. I'm like, can't get over it. It's fully fucking infuriating. I get like I feel like I'm like reading tea leaves or astrology. Like a lot of my I'm not a superstitious person at all. When it comes to trading, I'm always thinking that they're trying to fuck me in every moment. Yeah, 100%. You can get I saw Joe Donut was talking about snacks. I get like 4.13 on CDs and shit right now. It's not as good as snacks, of course, but snacks is doing well off of 3 and 6 month bills are what's being used to pay for the inflation spike from tariffs. Trying to run this down to 550 again. Be careful here of that. That thing is looming down there. That 550 down here. This one right here. I don't know why I get so angry about it, but I do. I felt like I don't know what it is. It's like just right when I hit the fuck, and you know what the fucked up part was? As soon as I hit the first sale, I think I was down $4,000 or something, and I was like, "Bam!" Close immediately. Then I did it again, and I did it watching, and it happened again on a limit fucking price when the price was lower. That was the most fucked up part of it. The options didn't even cost that, so they even fucking spot them at that high. Well, it wasn't even the ask, but I'm angry. Are you guys losing me on? I see messages on Twitch and YouTube saying that they're losing me. All right, thank you. I guess if you're having any issues at home with Twitch or YouTube, reset your browser, and it should come back. I did have a brief moment earlier where I was having issues with down here. That's the target. It's actually lower, right here. Yeah, no more SERP. That's the other thing too, is the disparity between there's so many like there's so much like fire hose of crap with that stuff. It's so vast, the fire hose of crap or fire hose of bullshit and lies. Like the trade disparity between Canada and the US is so large. It's like what we import from Canada as a percentage of our GDP is tiny. It's minuscule. It's kind of like, and I had no offense to Canadians out there either. I get where you're coming from. But as like a percentage of our GDP, like the market's like, oh my God, we're going to bleed down to the depths of hell because of Canada tariffs. But if you look at the actual imports from Canada, it's small relative to who we do business with around the world. We have more of an effect on Canada in every respect than Canada has on the United States. I'm not arguing whether it's right or wrong with tariffs. I'm just saying for the U.S. in particular. Why picking the fight is so important? It's politics. It's stumping. That's why it's so important. It's like the mixing of politics and stock market, but not based on any reality. It's like coming back in like 3 weeks and watching the market at all-time highs going, oh yeah, we forgot all about that argument. Oops, my bad. Kind of shit. Seriously. That shit's fucking annoying. I fucking hate slippage. That shit makes, especially in cash market with SPOOs, especially SPY. It's the most traded fucking security in our country. Most liquid. I ain't trading some fucking shitco.
Still haven't seen the report from the EAA, but it is due to be released today, according to their site.
Well, like it's like nat gas. We'll talk about that too. It's like Michigan gets nat gas from Canada, but it's a surplus for us. It's like most of our nat gas does not come from Canada, so it's like I think we get like 10%. We only use that nat gas from Canada at peak usage times in the course of a year, and then you've got the 25% markup of that 10% at the peak usage. So it's like a tariff that's It's like of $1. Let's say I pay $1 for a unit of natural gas in Michigan. It might raise the price $1.01 or something. Not a, it's not going to be $1.25 or anything like that. And then you're talking about scaling it to all year long. It's all drama. It's all like tit for tat and screaming in public. I don't know about Vermont's situation or New England. I know New England is, there was a time where I remember a large blackout in New England. And I don't know how long it lasted, but there was like a blackout with we had a grid problem. This was years and years and years and years and years ago. New York was in a blackout. I was driving back from, I think, Ohio. I was visiting family in Ohio, and then I was driving to Boston. And I was on a highway, and we had a blackout. When was this? Hold on. Blackout. Maybe New England, New York? When was that? Northeast Blackout 2003. It's called the Northeast Blackout of 2003. It was kind of crazy. I was on the highway, and the blackout took place, and we needed gas. I was with my wife then too. We needed gas or something, and we found a old gas station with old gas pumps. We were able to get gas from this one shitty gas station, like an old-timey gas station. We get back on the highway, and cars were littered on the highway. Cars were pulled into rest areas. They were like, people were like bucked. And we actually stopped in this small town. We were like driving up the highway. We found this small, tiny town, and they still had power. And they were tied into the Quebec power grid, not the U.S. Northeast power grid.
Into offshore oil and gas production.
They didn't lose power, or they were either had their own power grid or they were in the Quebec power grid. But maybe Sam, if are you tied into the Quebec power grid? Did you go through that blackout in Vermont or no?
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special.
I saw Sam talking about the tie-in of Vermont
service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
It says here Canadians are in the U.S. for 30 days or longer will soon have to register their information with the U.S. government, according to a notice obtained by ABC. It says here, Doug Ford's warning of an electrical shutoff. Let me read this one further here. Let's listen to Doug Ford here if we can.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Mr. Ford, it's good to have you with us. Thanks for the time this morning.
Well, thanks so much for having me on, Carl. I start every interview saying we Canadians love Americans, and I know it's vice versa. So, this chaos has to stop.
Can you talk about the process you went through to decide on this surcharge?
Well, until President Trump gets rid of the tariffs 100%, we sit down on at the table, discuss a new USMCA deal. All it's doing is hurting the markets. As you can see, the markets are tumbling, consumer confidence is down, inflation's going up, and if it continues, plants will close down in the U.S., assembly lines will shut down, and over what? China's the problem, not Canada. We need to build an AMCAN fortress and support each other. I want to ship more electricity, more critical minerals, but President Trump did an unprovoked attack on our country, and that's unacceptable.
Are you serious when you say that you would shut off the supply of electricity? I think one report quoted you as saying with a smile on your face.
Well, that's the last thing I want to do, Carl. I want to send more electricity down to the U.S., to our closest allies or our best neighbors in the world. I want to send more electricity. Is it a tool in our toolkit? 100%. And as he continues to hurt Canadian families, Ontario families, I won't hesitate to do that. That's the last thing I want to do. I apologize to the American people. There's one person to be blamed, and that's President Trump. There's one person to be blamed if we go into a recession. It will be called the Trump recession. No one else.
Is the goal here to sit down with President Trump? And if so, have any of these measures brought the two sides to the table? Are you talking to Washington at all?
Well, I'll be speaking to Secretary Lutnick sometime today. We'll have a good discussion, I hope. But you can't go tit for tat, back and forth. We need to sit down at the table, get our differences out, and let's move on. As we're looking at transshipments on steel coming from China, that's the problem. And for the aluminum, he wants to increase the aluminum. The U.S., it's going to hurt the U.S. Only 16% of the aluminum is produced in the U.S. They can't get it anywhere else but from Quebec, Canada. And
that's not true.
What we want to do is ship more products down to the U.S., not hurt each other.
I feel like we've sort of moved on from fentanyl as a locus of the discussion here. I wondered what happened to that, and was fentanyl being used as a ruse for some broader complaints?
I believe it was. When President Trump said tighten up the border, we listened. We put 10,000 troops on the border. We have fixed wing aircraft.
Great,
and
it's about to fill its crude storage capacity in South Korea.
We saw fentanyl drop drastically to half an ounce. I can't stand drugs, but I got a report last week saying we busted hundreds of kilos of cocaine, of opioids, of fentanyl, illegal guns, illegals coming across our border. We should work together. I've had the DEA up to my office. We're working with the Canadian-U.S. Border Patrol, state and federal police. If we had a problem, we're acting on it as we speak right now. And it's both sides, by the way. And it's dropped drastically. And we listened to the president, and we're working together with the U.S. Border Patrol and the state police and federal police as well.
All right, so I didn't hear anything about threatening to shut off the electricity there. The thing about tariffs, like, I don't want to be... Hold on here, what's going on? That down. We're almost there. Almost there. Yeah, it's like this. It's like, so I was listening to Doug Ford there for a minute. It was like this guy that's there was a brewer that's in Chicago that I was reading an article he wrote, or it was an article done on a brewer in Chicago, and he's like, we're fucked if the aluminum tariffs go through because we source our cans from Canada. But you can source aluminum anywhere in the world. I've got a list here of where we import from aluminum. We import aluminum from Canada, China, Mexico, United Arab Emirates, India, Bahrain, South Korea, Germany. Where else? There's others too. Colombia and Australia. So you got to remember that if you're a company, like, so if I own a beer company, right? There's like a whole bunch of options here. So if you're, like, let's say a U.S. beer company, the beer company is going to tell you that aluminum tariffs are terrible. my beer that costs I charge you $1 for, it's going to go through the roof because of aluminum tariffs. Because I source my aluminum from Canada. Now they're going to try. The U.S. beer maker is going to try to tell you that they have to raise prices. Let's say aluminum tariffs go up 25% or 50%. I have to raise my prices to $1.25 or $1.50. That's false. That's greedflation. The cost of that can is not fucking 25 cents. Sorry, it's not. You and I all know that. Secondly, that beer guy does not want to seek out cheap aluminum cans from anywhere else. Does that make sense to you as well? So the beer maker, the guy that's making the beer, is going to resist switching aluminum producers or resourcing that aluminum at prior price. They want to pass the cost along to you. They also want to hit you with greedflation. And this is beside what Doug is it Doug or Doug Ford is saying, because who does this really hurt? This hurts Canada. It doesn't hurt the U.S. like you think that it does. I'm assuming you as an American. I'm assuming that you as an American are like, oh, we're totally fucked, we're totally fucked here. But the truth is that you're being fucked by the U.S. beer maker. The U.S. beer maker doesn't want to do shit. The only thing the U.S. beer maker wants to do is increase profit. You got to remember that. Always profit. And I don't want to have to fucking seek out cheaper cans from this country or that country rather than doing business with Canada. Now, does Canada get fucked here? They do. They get fucked because what happens is what? This is such a complicated subject because you've got the U.S. beer maker wanting to just pass costs along to you while also increasing profit. That's their whole goal. They don't want to do any other work to replace their contracts they have, let's say, with a can producer in Canada. But then there's other sides to this where the U.S. beer maker, the guy that's making the beer, he can seek out the same price from a different country. He can eat that profit and say, well, fuck it, I'll just pay the higher tariffs and my customers aren't going to eat that. But I'm going to maintain my relationships with an aluminum producer or provider in Canada. But there's more to this. Even the aluminum producer in Canada can say, oh, shit, this American guy in Chicago and a bunch of his friends aren't buying cans from us anymore. We're going to eat that. Right? We're going to actually eat that, and we're going to go back to the guy that's selling beer. Now there's like 10 guys that are buying our beer cans and say, hey, you know what? We'll eat some of this tariff. So who eats the tariff is complicated or complex. And then who are your producers of those aluminum cans is fluid as well. And who's actually going to absorb that cost? The initial thing is that they want you to absorb it, right? The producers want you, the consumer, the end provider of that can to you in the form of a beer wants you to eat that profit as well. And they already know that it's not going to happen over time. They know that over time you're going to say, fuck you, no, I'll just buy my beer from this other company over here if you don't reduce the price of this product. Or that company, guess what? They can lose money. Sometimes the companies themselves will actually be in the red. Companies all the time in this country operate in the red. You see it all the time. How many companies do you guys trade that you tell me, well, they're not making any profit right now, but they say they will in 5 or 10 years. Or they were making profit, now they're in the red the past 2 years, but it's because they're doing all this development or research or whatever it is they fucking claim that they're doing. So that's common as well. And what happens is all of this greedflation comes to a head and people start to define what they're going to consume. One of the famous ones recently is McDonald's, right? McDonald's was a famous one. Everyone's eating at McDonald's. They're getting hammered, right? $50, $100 for a McDonald's meal. And then you've got like a Culver's offering you the same price for a better product. And you move over to a company like that and say, you know what? I'm going to stop eating this food and I'm going to move over and eat food from somewhere else. Hey, you know what? Culver's is now too expensive. I'm going to start buying steak at a fucking grocery store because now a grocery store, New York Strip, is the same price as a hamburger. So I'm going to now shift over there. And then they chase you with that inflation wherever you go. They are always looking to hit you with that inflation. Oh, look at this. I sell steaks and we're spiking in steaks while hamburgers at McDonald's are going down. Let's raise our prices due to demand. Does that make sense? So you're constantly, as a consumer, having to make choices as to where you're going to spend your money. And these companies have to make their own choices as to if they're going to offer you something cheaper, stringflation, eat that cost to themselves, lie to you. I mean, McDonald's just pulled a lie on the consumer. McDonald's literally had a value menu. They took a huge hit in losing customers. The CEO came out recently and said, we're going to revamp the value menu. That fucking value menu was worse than the one they had before because they're banking on you being what? Fucking dumb. That's what they're banking on. You're dumb. They'll pull every trick in the book. This is what corporate America does. It's like the whole plan. As long as you believe you're getting value, and as long as you're spending money, they're happy. And the more that they can take from you, the better. That's what it's all about. So I do feel for Doug Ford and Canadians, but it's not actually what he's saying here is more semantics than anything. And who does end up hurting is aluminum producers in Canada.
Apple shares hit the.
I know that goes against what you're told out there on Reddit, but
3.9%.
that is a fact.
Apple shares hit the lowest in over 5 months, last down 3.9%.
100% peerless.
Coming through with their report, raising 2026 crude output forecast to 13.76 million barrels per day. So EA see natural gas output of 105.2 BCF a day versus prior forecast of 104.6 BCF a day, and see 2026 demand of 107.5 BCF a day compared to the prior of 107.3 BCF a day. They see US oil output of 13.6 million barrels per day versus prior forecast of 13.59 million barrels per day, and see 2025 output of 2026 output of 13.76 million barrels per day compared to the prior of 13.73 million barrels per day. And US oil demand is seen at for 2025 20.5 million barrels per day compared to the prior forecast, unchanged from the prior forecast. And they see 2026 oil demand at 20.6 million barrels per day, also unchanged from the prior. There was a see world 2025 world oil output of 104.2 million barrels per day compared to the prior forecast of 104.6 million barrels per day. AC 2026 oil output of 105.8 million barrels per day compared to the prior of 106.2 million barrels per day. US 10-year yield gap rises to 50 basis points for the first time since 2022.
I can read some of this.
Also, the EIA seeing 2025 Brent average of $74.22 a barrel. It's a price forecast of $74.50 a barrel. 2026 forecast of 68.47 cents a barrel compared to the prior forecast of $66.46 a barrel.
They're about to take my stops right now. There it goes. They just took my stops again. I bought some calls over here. They took my stops right here. Right on that fucking tick right there. Or somewhere in that one.
According to Sijatu, says that Druzhba oil flows to Hungary have been resumed.
Yeah, I'm buying these dips. I'm buying all these dips down here. I just got stopped out again, though, just here, stonks.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro.
Yeah, there's too much call buying right now.
The price of 1 month and save 92%. So according to S&P Global Market Intelligence, iTraxx Europe crossover index widens to 308 basis points, the widest since January 14th.
Zero dates. I've already bought SPY. I own a bunch of SPY. I own a fuck ton of SPY. I own CAT. What else do I own? I own a bunch of crap. I was thinking of adding like Tesla calls, but I'm not quite ready for that. I wanted to buy a bunch more crap, but I'm nothing's showing to me right now to buy. But I bought a bunch of SPY, shit ton of SPY. I own 6 figures in SPY. How far out? Zero date. I'm trying to trade zero dates there. Just zero dates. I'm looking for a squeeze, but it'll be short lived. Nothing permanent. I think I've already told you guys this, right? 14th, 19th for a breakout. What the fuck are you guys talking? I own SPY, like shares, like fucking own it, underlying. No, not zero dates. Like own the SPY, like own spoos. Like own it, the underlying. Fuck no, $100,000. I don't do that shit anymore. I'll do like 5 to 15 grand in zero dates, but that's about it. No more. I used to do like $30,000 usually, somewhere in there. Not anymore. I stopped that shit. Once you guys all started trading zero dates, so stop that shit. I forgive you guys. Underlying. this whole conversation is about buying the stock market. Like that's the whole point. Like you only get 2-3 opportunities a year to own the stock market every year. Doesn't matter if it's a bull market, bear market. You only get a couple opportunities or not a couple, but you usually get 2 or 3. Sometimes you get 4, but this season is not about, for me at least, is not ever about trading zero dates or that kind of stuff. It's always like either synthetically long, like long call spreads. Like I couldn't afford, like I was putting out too much money last week. I had a huge hedge on, and then I need like close that shit out. So then you gotta let the fucking money be available, and then I gotta start getting long and all that kind of stuff. It's like a process that takes a few weeks. So if we go back into like bull trend, I'll start focusing more on like zero dates or like weekly stuff and things like that. But we're in a season of like find shit that you want to own. Is the best way to describe it. Those days are over. Like I think that ended the zero date arbitrage began ending, I want to say, with zero date puts in 2022 is when it really started to end. But like that, like it's really weird. Like this time of year is weird. Like I don't quite understand the I don't understand when you tell someone, hey, we're heading into a season of weakness, and everyone complains about it. Is it time to go up yet? And you're like, I literally lay it out and say, these months, these dates, we're going to be weak. And you're looking for that weakness to get long. And I don't mean like zero dates. I don't mean weeklies, that kind of stuff. I mean like there's seasonal weakness in the stock market. And you don't care where price is. You don't care if the market's going up. You don't care if the market's going down. You care about a trade that's on for summer, like print in summertime. It's like, what day is today? Today is March 11th. We are still should be or can be weak into April. Let's talk about that for a minute. So like we can be weak right now into mid-April. The indexes in particular can be weak into late April. Not necessarily that the price is going to be down, but weak. So when you head into a season of weakness, like you I don't know what other people's trade plans are, but you kind of welcome that weakness, and then you try to, like, what are you doing? You're either shorting the market or you're looking for dips to buy. Yeah, I don't. And then they add like why would you be buying Tesla stock in early July? I don't understand that. Like it's always left-footed. It's like everything's left-footed. Bro, why aren't you buying Tesla right now? Because it's my fucking beginning of July, dude. You should have been buying that shit in the shit dumps of February and March and April. Like you're getting a discount. Like you go and you buy then, and you come back and I'm selling into you in late July. Hopefully, would be the plan. So. Start selling puts for middle of July right now, right? Yeah. Like, it's like, yeah, these puts are going to be worthless.
With a private cover of 2.79.
By the time we get there.
4.3.
When puts are expensive. Do you guys understand this, like, concept? Like,
preview then.
Puts are becoming expensive.
So 58 billion.
So if I'm buying the underlying and puts are expensive, everyone wants puts. And no one's going to want to put on a high, right? All right. I don't know. I don't know how to better explain that. Calls get cheap, underlying gets cheap, puts get expensive, and then you think about, yeah, I got a time of year where an underlying is cheap, I can get a discount, and then I can sell expensive puts to suckers that are saying that we're not going to be higher in 3-4 weeks, and then again in a big way come summertime. And even in bear markets, that's the case. It's true.
So despite the valuations,
so
mortgage
I
strategies,
think that's the regime.
note said a concession probably.
So when you hear people that are like, "Oh, when's the market going to turn up?" I think they're insane. I'm like,
latest CFTC positioning data shows
you can. You don't have to buy SPY if you can't afford SPY. You can buy your favorite $5 stonk or whatever $10 stonk. Buy 100 shares, especially if it has optionality. If it's like options, like they have options, and there's a little bit of interest in that stock, you can find them, right? People like to trade all kinds of shit that's in the dumpster. And what you should do in your own, let's spend some time on this. So it's a good question. It's bringing up a lot of thoughts in my head. So let's go and find something. Let me go find, hold on a second. Let's do this together. So most traded stocks. It's fairly easy. Don't be like, I'm poor. This doesn't work. Try telling me you're poor or whatever. You can't do this. Let's take a look right here. Let's stop the show for a moment. Okay. This is Yahoo Finance. What we'll do here is we're going to talk about seasonality. So this is Yahoo Finance. Fairly easy, okay? You can look. One of the things you want to do like this season, or when you're getting into a seasonally weak time of year, whether this is September, October. If you don't know when seasonal weakness occurs, the first one of the year is typically from mid-February until late April. Now, I don't want you to think about price. I just want you to think about weakness. Okay, like cycles and waves in the market. When is the market supportive and when is it not? So if you move into seasonal weakness, right? Let's say we come into a time of seasonal weakness. You don't care what prices. You just know that the seasonal low is going to happen in this time period. You're going to be looking. Let's say we get bloodbath, like which we're getting this season, right? We're getting bloodbath in S&P 500. So you start looking for your most highly traded stocks or indexes or indices, whatever you want to trade. And let's say you're a poor trader. You can look at something, let's say, that's trading. You got Ford is trading at $9.56 as options. You start not accumulating Ford in particular, but you start researching the companies that you would be willing to own for a long period of time if you get trapped, and say, is this company going anywhere? Is Ford going to go bankrupt in the next 5 or 10 years, right? Is S&P 500, if you have more money, going to go bankrupt in the next 4, which we know it's not. And you try to find tickers in something that you can afford, right? Well, it's cheap, and you start tracking that ticker that you're interested in. So as an example, let's use Ford as an example. It's a good one. It's everyone trades it, everyone loves it. This is most active, right? Stocks. So you know that people are interested in Ford. Let's take a look at Ford really quick. See if this one hits the numbers or not. Just as a base case example. So we're going to look at Ford really quick. Take a look at Ford.
5 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the 3-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.79 and a prior high yield of 4.3.
And Ford looks like dog shit. Looks awful. Right? Looks terrible down here. But we can tell some stuff about this, right? Yeah. We can tell what? What can we say here? Now, this is going back to the bull run of 2022 over here, right? And you can see that these seasonal lows are being bought, and they sell puts to suckers. Do you get what I'm saying? And you only get so many opportunities in a year to do this. So you are able to afford 100 fucking shares at $10 a share. And I believe, from what I remember, Ford has options. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but let me check. Ford. Am I on Ford right now? Yeah, I am. Okay. Nope. Hold on here. Ford Motor Company. And hey, check it out. They've got options. Shocker. So let me take a look at some Ford options, and let's look at what do they have available here. They got June 20th and September 19th. Shocker, they don't have June. It's a shocker, right? They don't have a July expiry right now. That's not shocking to me. And look at how expensive puts are here. Puts right now. Let's go puts. What are we currently trading? $9.54. In Ford, right? So a Ford put. A Ford. Let's take a look here at Ford. If we think Ford could be trading, let's just say, close this gap, $13 between now and summertime. What are $12.85 puts are $3.75, $4.65 right now for September. I bet you they're even better in June, but I think June's a little suspect. But let's take a look. Yeah, $4, $4.65. I can buy an extra 2 months in Ford. So do I care if Ford trades $13 in April? Nope. Do I care if it trades it in July? Nope. Just as long as it gets up here sometime between now and that time period. And I can buy the underlying at a discount, right? Discount on Ford, sell puts to suckers, and they're like, yeah, we're going to crash, we're going to crash, we're going to crash, bro, we're going to crash. Ford's never coming back between now and July to close this gap up here at $13. It's like you don't get many opportunities for this. It's only, and this is cheap, right? This is fairly cheap. And this has been a regular printer for people. Look at this. Like, burn puts, burn puts, burn puts, burn puts, burn puts, burn puts. And, let's burn some more puts until it doesn't work, right? And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times it's worked. If you put enough time on those puts, and the worst part is, if we bloodbath and you get assigned, you're also gonna be able to still own your shares, and your shares you buy or you own them down here, let's say, but you're only because you made the money off of the selling of the options. You're actually getting a deal. You, instead of paying the $7, you paid like $8 for those shares. Does that make any sense? I don't know if it does or doesn't, but there's a simple one. So when you're looking at weakness in the market, you only have so many opportunities to say, well, I want to own this company, or I always wanted to own this company, or I can only afford to own this company or this index or this ETN or whatever it is you want to own. You're being given that opportunity only a few times a year. That's it. And let's say you get caught. Let's say this is the big crash. It's never coming back. Are you willing to own that company for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years, 3.5 years? Will its stock price ever come back in that time period? So that's how I look at this time of year. I don't look at it like, oh, when's it going to start going up again? When's my stock price going back up again? I'm always looking for, hey, let's get a deal. Let's buy something cheap, and then we'll come back to it in 3 months, month and a half, 6 months, a year. And you have more opportunities for this too, right? You got time is on your side when you own that underlying issue or whatever. Anyone that's screaming right now, like the market should move today.
Ahead of the $58 billion.
When do stocks go up? They're probably gamblers. Be honest with you. People complain about everything. I think it's only gamblers. I think this is the time of year where, seasonal weakness or tops is when you get your gamblers are all screaming. Both sides of it. Here you go, Bears. 1:30 last time. You only got till what do you got till 2? You got till 2:30. So I think that's my I think that's probably the biggest frustration that I have. You can't wait for the good time to buy Tesla crowd when it's pushing 300
versus prior of 2.7.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that too.
8%. So excuse me. So with the US 3-year note drawing,
I actually like Ford here. I'm like, maybe I'll buy 100 shares of Ford.
83%.
I'm like, maybe I'll buy 100 shares of Ford here. I haven't bought them yet, but I'm like, yeah, Ford looks pretty good.
3% of bids amount in indirect 71.5%.
Like, I wouldn't mind selling some fucking puts on Ford in the turn.
3.908%. And the bid cover of 2.7.
Yeah, I was just looking. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, yeah, maybe I got to consider buying some Ford here too. It is primed to move higher too. Like Ford looks great.
So you're selling $58 billion for their 3-year notes.
Let's go down here and look at this. So like, let's go down here and look at this again. Like, I think this one's a good one without even knowing. Like, let's look at Ford. This is Ford, right? This is for anybody that's a degenerate that doesn't have any money that goes to work every day. I need to do can somebody do a marker on this video? Sam or Riding the Nar or somebody do a marker here in this video because I think we're going to come back and revisit this for sure. Let's look at this stock really quick. So, major low down here, right? February 12th, they traded $8.84, and they're bleeding right now. Look at them. They're bleeding right now, right? Coming back down here. But I want to show you something that's more important than this about Ford right now. So they're volatile, right? Up, down, nasty, nasty, nasty. I'm sure Ford bulls are angry or whatever, but let's look at this in reality. So on a daily basis, it looks fucking phenomenal. It's accumulation is going on under the surface here on a weekly basis, and accumulation is going on a monthly basis on the underside. And you're starting to get higher lows on a daily basis here, even though price is not showing itself right now. Let's also look here on a 30-minute basis and see what's going on with Ford. It still has some weakness going on an hourly basis here, right? You can see that it's still kind of weak on hourly, but let's look at the daily is more important on a 30-minute basis. And right here you can see it. Accumulation on a daily basis. This fucking thing is going to move to the upside. And I want to be there for it on these lows to accumulate, right? And you can see the accumulation is going on right here and right here. You can see that, and that low they're buying. Even though you can't see it, I can tell you right now that someone Someone is scooping up lows on Ford down here. Someone's scooping them up right here. Someone's scooping them up right here. And you might get a little bit more weakness down here, and they're going to be scooping these up too to go higher. So when you have these opportunities, like everyone's trying to buy calls on Ford probably up here, or buy Ford for this move up here, when you're supposed to be buying in doom and gloom. Like the more doom, the more gloom. You actually buy these things. It's not necessarily for, you're not buying these underlying stocks to per se just make money off of price increase. But you like, if you own the underlying, you're trying to do a bunch of shit. Sometimes you're trying to get dividends. Sometimes you're trying to get, so you get, I think Ford, someone was saying it was a dividend stock. So you can get dividends off this stock. You can sell puts to suckers. And as a matter of fact, up here, when you get up here, let me show you this. Ford seems to be a regular printer, right? Hold on, go to a daily basis here on it.
3-year US Treasury yield rises after auction, last up 0.14 base points.
If you're buying the underlying here and you're selling puts, then what happens when it goes up here? You're either selling Ford or you're selling calls, right? You tell people that own Ford, or people are like, yeah, bro, it's going to go to the moon. You're like, fuck yeah, it is, bro. I'm going to sell you a bunch of calls, right? Comes back down here. You own it down here. I mean, whoever has owned this is making money on selling options. Could be opening flies. All kinds of shit you can do in here. And you get the dividends. It's pretty good stock. It's cheap. This is a good stock, believe it or not. It looks like a good stock for the cost of entry to learn the mechanics of more complex spreads and selling options against, because it's so cheap. $10. Fucking SPY fucking costs $600. You can do this for $10. And this is one of the most highly traded liquid stocks out there. This is a great stock. I like the stock. I have to be honest. I think I shouldn't say that, but I don't know enough about their fundamentals. I would also impress upon you to check out their fundamentals, of course. But this seems like in a bull market a very reasonable way to make money in the stock market. I was just thinking. Now I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I should do just a Ford. We should just do like Ford as like a group or something. I don't know. Like buy 100 shares of Ford and just manage it over the course of a year. Would be kind of cool. I don't do June. Then you want to make sure there's an expiry in July or later. All right, so that's a good question. Let's go over that. So, if you are looking, if you're looking for seasonal weakness, when is it? Somebody answer that question for me. Somebody that knows. You have seasonal weakness in middle of February to mid to late April. Individual stocks usually mid-April. SPY can sometimes bleed the fuck out right into the last day of April, like an index. But your seasonal strength is usually into the middle of July, right around the middle of July. And then you get weakness in the summer they say the summer doldrums, right? That would mean that you're going to trade, normally, you're going to trade up into mid-June, beginning of July, and you'll start trading sideways. You'll get bored. The market should just trade sideways. Theta Gang comes out, does their thing, and then by mid-July, we start bloodbathing. Ready? We get a reprieve, and then by September, things get messy again, right? You have September. Sometimes it extends into October, November. But you know what the banks are doing? They're buying. They don't care if it's just September. They literally start buying in September. If it's weak in October, November, they're buying again. And what are they buying for? They're buying for a holiday print. or a print in Jan, Feb, March. So they're literally accumulating in like September to get prints in 3 to 6 months. So just those 2 times of year, those two should be enough for you to say, I'm looking for something to buy, to own the stock market, something that you can afford, or something that you think will come back no matter what, or you'll be afforded a chance to get out. So even let's say now we go into a bear market. Let's say this is a bear market. Let's say that was the top forever. Let's say it's top for, I don't know, next 5 years. We're still going to have a return to the scene of the crime for you to get out before that happens, or even just sell calls against that position if you think it'll come back in 5 or 10 years. Anyways, that's my take on it. That's my take on how you get rich. I gotta be serious about that. And then there's other ways to get rich too, like real estate comes around every once in a great while. Rarely. Those cycles are huge. They're like a decade long almost. Sometimes 2 decades. But there's places for you to make serious money and accumulate wealth and have a horizon or time frame that's longer than 5 minutes or a week or whatever that may be. I don't know. Afford. It really does change. It really does change your life. I'll be honest with that. And I bought housing in Detroit when it was on fire. Like Detroit was on fucking fire. Like every single person said, "Don't do this." Every, not some, not 90%, not 70. Every person I knew was like, "Do not move to Detroit. Do not invest in Detroit. Are you crazy? You're gonna die." All kinds of nonsense. They were all wrong. They were all fucking wrong. Wrong.
Says tariffs are an attack on Canadian workers and businesses. We'll see if we can get a video of designate Prime Minister Carney for Canada on the feed.
3-year note was good.
So he's just posting on X there. Carney says to keep tariffs until the US commits to free and fair trade.
Canada's Carney will ensure a response has maximum impact in U.S. Would maintain tariffs on U.S. until Americans show us respect. Carney
says that we'll ensure tariff response has maximum impact in the US.
With some other news here, U.S. aid staff have been instructed to clear out classified safes and personal docs per email obtained by CBS News. Shred as many documents first and reserve the burn bags for when the shredder becomes unavailable or needs a break, the email reads. What the fuck is that? I wonder who the email was from.
Do you want to stay up to date with
the acting executive secretary?
Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
This is weird. So Secretary Marco Rubio appointed as acting administrator for the U.S. U.S. aid. This could be coming from Marco Rubio. Hold on a second here. Let me read this more closely. Remaining staff members of USAID were instructed to shred and burn classified personal documents at the agency headquarters in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday, but the American Foreign Service Association has raised alarms that this violates federal records preservation laws.
At the Federal Reserve Corporation.
Shred as many documents first and reserve the burn bags when the shredder becomes unavailable or needs a break. Jesus Christ, that's sketchy. It was written by Erica Y. Carr, the acting executive secretary of USAID. She said it was an all-day event starting Tuesday morning. The staffers were instructed to label the burn bags with the word secret in USAID, which indicates Bureau of Office, and dark Sharpie. Begin to burn that stuff. You guys know that's a soft power organization, I'm assuming, at this point. And I'm reading stuff from people saying that it should be public. That's insane. It's like saying you want to open up the CIA. You're not doing that. It's not happening.
Levitt, White House press secretary, says Trump will.
Sorry for the caps there.
Thursday. We'll get the video out of her speaking to reporters on the feed soon.
Sorry, I'm typing without looking.
So we have posted out the live feed of White House Press Secretary Levitt speaking. Iran's President Pezeshkian to Trump says, I won't even negotiate with you under threats. Do whatever the hell you want. It's a state media report there. US stock 610 fall, Nasdaq down 1.02%.
What is with this fucking?
White House says stock market numbers are a snapshot of a moment in time. So again, stock market numbers are a snapshot of a moment in time. Levis says we're in a period of economic transition. S&P 500 on course to confirm correction, down 10% from record closing high. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Come on, Wicket. Am I buying this dip? Yes. Just want to wick the half if I can.
Levitt says Trump will be viewing a Tesla.
The fuck? Trump's never going to drive a fucking Tesla. Trump hasn't driven a fucking car in like 50 fucking years. Fuck does he know about? He wouldn't even know how to drive it. Like this whole like Trump's gonna buy a Tesla thing. Like what the fuck is that? What is he gonna do? Is he gonna trade in the dump truck for it? Like I'm looking at the options chain right now, right? Let me show you guys something. So like I'm looking at look at the insanity here. All right, so hold on. Let's look at tomorrow. Like how in the fuck?
Levitt says Trump has not yet spoken to Carney.
Like 565s for tomorrow are $1. Like, how is a 565C for tomorrow $1? That's insane.
Ontario Energy Minister says we cannot accept this interruption in free flow of goods with the US.
That's pure insanity. Like, how in the fuck is a call option for 560? That's 100 fucking points higher. It's pure ridiculous. Pure ridiculousness. Everyone thinks there's a squeeze today. That's what it is. Everybody's waiting for this monster squeeze.
Ontario Energy Minister says, I hope the US and Canada can use an off-ramp of USMCA renegotiation to end dispute.
We need cheap goddamn calls. I can't buy calls that are. I'm looking at like the weeklies and stuff. All this shit's overpriced. I can't believe that 565 is 93 cents. That's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. What delta is that? Like a fucking 1,000 delta. I'm being facetious. That was huge juice. It's all being juiced right now. I'm assuming that everybody's loading the fuck out of calls here. That's fucking ridiculous. What is this one?
Levitt says Doug Ford's comments, the Ontario Premier, were egregious and insulting.
A 569, like a 569 calls 50 cents. That's insane too. For tomorrow. Fucking crazy. Someone's predicting a major squeeze here. There's got to be. We ain't trading any of that shit. Well, maybe. What are they talking about? Oh, no, that's not what happened. Ukraine did not. Let's be honest here. Let's talk about Ukraine. Let's talk about something here. About Ukraine. The threat that Ukraine is
Levitt says Trump is determined to ensure U.S. depends on America
attacking Twitter. No. Do you know why Twitter is being attacked?
There's continued conversations between the U.S. and Canada on tariffs.
So, like, if you're a devs know this. So, when you have like a website like Twitter, things become out of date, and Elon fucking fired all of his staff that likely works on security for Twitter. I'll tell you exactly what happened. He fired all those fucking people that update constantly as threats come into a website. And I guarantee that a like a shitty hacker could probably break into Twitter today. Just on simple time-based weaknesses in their servers between code that they've written. This is why they're successfully attacking Twitter. And I guarantee it's not Ukraine. It could just be like anybody. It's literally that simple right now, for how leaky that website likely is. Ukraine. Can't do it. That news is for fucking stupid people like me. for like people that have like a fucking Wix account or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's talk to anyone that's a developer will tell you it's fucking pure bullshit. But most people aren't developers, so that message is not for them, is it? That message is for you and I. Oh God, what are we doing here? Are we gonna do like the 30-minute squeeze? Are we gonna do like the 30-minute and a day squeeze here? Is that what we're gonna do? We'll get price up there, but we'll do it in the after hours or pre and post market. Yeah, he had Kudlow parroting that shit too yesterday. It's all a fucking grift. It's all like it's like, okay, the market's gonna turn up. We're gonna smooth all this over. Like the Kudlow interview, I was like, oh God. Kudlow's like he's like Rumsfeld, like open the door, let out Kudlow. He's gonna give a message to everybody out there to start buying Tesla again. How do we run this? We'll just blame everything on fucking Ukraine. Like Elon was like, it hurts me. I'm just trying to do the good thing. I'm like, oh, why don't you let somebody from the government do it then? I mean, how's it going to feel? I got to ask you guys a serious question because we got a lot of liberals around here. Let me ask you a question. How does it fucking feel knowing that Tesla's going to fucking moon? And that's all of your protesting, or I don't like this, or I don't like that, or the price is going down because of what they've done. Does that anger you? It's got to. It has to. It's got to. I asked that question on BluesSky because it makes you wonder, like, who's the horse's ass? Is it me as the person that's angry at Elon?
That would be wise to not.
That nobody fucking cares. It's just accumulation and distribution. It makes me salty as a trader, by the way. It really does. Like separating politics from, or knowing when politics are intentionally pushing price down, but that it's all for the accumulation. It's all for don't hate the game. Or is it hate the player but don't hate the game? That's got to be infuriating as a trader, right? It's going down because of this. It's going down because they were woke. I'm like, no, they use that shit as an excuse to get the price lower so they can buy it. Going down because they're trying to destroy the United States. The same shit, right? Different side.
Then sign up.
I remember when they were like dumping Budweiser. Winky and I were like, oh yeah, it's because they're woke. Fucking now they're like, oh, it's because the Republicans are gonna destroy America. Like you can use whatever the fuck you want. You can blame it on Republicans, Democrats, whoever the fuck you want. Just another fucking vehicle to get price where you want it so it'll go higher. Oh, yeah. Squeeze it up, baby. Squeeze it up. What do you think about that? You know, they're like blame Democrats for this or that. That piqued our interest. Winky and I were like, oh, they're dumping Budweiser because of what? Like, okay. Is that real? Oh God, I can't watch that stuff. I can't. Hundred. Yeah, they can use whatever they want. They can use any vehicle they want. They can use any. They can say whatever they want. Yeah, all those stocks. I don't give a fuck what they're doing or what they're saying. The reasons are. They can come up whatever the fuck they want. Do you guys remember that Budweiser trade? It was great. Up, price is above the 1 minute trigger. First time in since this morning, since 11 a.m. Price is above the 1 minute trigger. Woohoo! Turn it up, baby. Yeah, it's the same shit, right?
Ontario Energy Minister says the US has no immediate replacement for Canadian aluminium or aluminum.
Well, they said aluminum. There we go.
White House says news of Rubio and Waltz meeting with Ukrainians has been positive.
Keep on squeezing, baby. Whoop. I'm making money. Making a lot of money. Yeah. I'm making a lot of money right now. I'm up 40%. Up 45%, 49%. They fucking backtest this thing and we pissed as fuck.
White House says Canada has always been an ally. Perhaps they are becoming a competitor now.
Come on, baby, push it. A lot of shit up here.
Canada Energy Minister says, I'm concerned about steel tariffs impact. That concludes the White House press conference then with Press Secretary Leavitt. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. USW says denouncing latest escalation as US government imposes 50% tariffs on US imports of steel and aluminium from Canada, and also demanding federal government expand and enforce retaliatory tariffs on US imports.
How did I not have that? Why couldn't I find that? $31, $38, $45. $38. $45.
Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the US proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire, according to US State Department on meetings in Jeddah.
What is this from, though? Or 695. Five 2492.
Also, US in joint statement to here, the United States will immediately lift the pause on intelligence sharing and resume security assistance to Ukraine. And Ukraine to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources. Just seeing some downward movement on WTI.
Sorry, I was missing what you guys are talking about here. I'm sorry. I'll tell you guys in the Discord I'm looking at. Hold on 1 second here.
But just keep an eye on the wider market as well.
Oh yeah, baby. Print it for daddy. Oh yeah, print it for daddy. Print it for daddy. Up 70% right now. Keep on printing it for daddy. Oh, yeah, that's 100% printer almost. Keep on going.
If simultaneously observed by Russia.
Can't stop, won't stop. Oh, come on, baby. Give it to me to fucking 230 and 3. Make it rain. Come on, make it motherfucking rain. No, make it rain like 300% today. Do it. I fucking dare you to do it. Come on, don't fuck me like this. Oh, keep on going. Keep on going. Oh, almost 100% print. Oh, come on, there's 90. Oh, hold on here. Give me my motherfucking money. You know what I was just looking at?
Also getting wider attention now. AP News reporting the US agrees to lift pause on Ukraine military aid. And Ukraine confirming that the US agreed to resume intelligence and security aid. Ukraine said US cancels freeze on intelligence sharing. Also, Ukraine and US discussed prisoner swaps with Russia during truce.
This shit's all over the place. Like up 90, down 60, up 40, up down 20, up 47, down 40, up 60, down a little bit, up 90%, down, I'm down 66%, 69, baby. Keep on keeping on, keep on ramping. I think we're getting a super ramp. And then I think we're going to trade that top collar by the end of the month. I'm watching all these fucking idiots on FinTwit think they know about the collar, but they don't. It's okay. We're going to go coast to coast on that collar, in my view. But I could be wrong. I guess we'll see who's wrong. Oh, yeah. Pamp it, baby. Pamp it, pamp it, pamp it, pamp it, pamp it, pamp it. Keep pamping it. Keep fucking pamping it. Keep on pamping it. Keep on pamping it. Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing it. Keep on pushing it. Don't fucking turn around. Just keep going. Don't fucking be back testing bullshit. Just go. My I need my oldest to go to college full time so that I don't have to buy her. She likes like a soju and shit. Not soju. She likes what's the other shit? Sake. It ain't cheap. Need her to go to college so she drinks rot gut. It's legal where I live if your kid's with you, by the way. I live in the Midwest. If I take her to a restaurant, she can have a glass of wine or whatever. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, I'm up big time right now. Oh, yeah. Keep on keeping on. Keep a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. A little bit more, a little bit more. I'm not done. Keep going. We're not done here. A little tiny bit more, a little tiny bit more. There's more. There's more up here. There's a bunch more.
Just a heads up here, Secretary of State Rubio is currently speaking live. We'll get a video out on the Financial News feed for you to read. For you to watch. Rubio says the ball is now in Russia's court on Ukraine peace. Canada Energy Minister says we can augment TMX capacity by 400,000 barrels per day. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, that's why I keep looking at calls that high.
Also adding from Rubio that we hope Russians will reciprocate. It's euro rising 1% session high against the dollar. Waltz says that I will be speaking to Russian counterpart in the coming days. Also, Walt says Rubio will meet with G7 foreign ministers in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I can explain this. You want me to explain that to you? I'll explain that to you right now. So you want me to explain it right now in the stream? Okay, so I just made a post of a chart in the Discord. So if you look here, this is a similar experience. We traded down into the middle of the JPM collar into the week before OPEX. Okay? And now, in this example, expiration was, like it would be like this Friday, but it happens to be next Wednesday. We have monthly flows coming in on the 14th and expiration. So it's choppy. But what you should be paying more close attention to is the super ramp into OPEX day and then the super ramp into end of the month. And what we did was we traded back to the top of the collar after hitting the middle of the collar. Now, we hit the top of the collar in that example almost immediately in the beginning of the quarter, too. And then we slammed back down to the middle and then went back up to the top of the collar again. So now the structure is a little bit different this time around with OPEX, expiration, money flows coming into the markets. We have money flows coming in on March 14th. We have expiration, I believe, on the 18th, so right around the 18th, 19th. Then we've got OPEX on 21st. 21st. And then you got end of month, which is the invariably the 28th or 31st. You could even see a gap up over that weekend into the 31st.
Power capacity auction for 2028-29 clears at £60 per kilowatt per year.
So if you watch the, if you look at that chart that I have there, we've been trading that almost exactly within reason. We've been trading that pattern fairly close, within reason. And there's some other highlights in that chart. The DivX capture trade is in there too. If you look closely, I write this is the DivX capture trade. If you don't know about the DivX capture trade, when it happens, it's normally what is it? 2 days? I think it's 2 days before. 2 days before OPEX, right? So the Wednesday before OPEX. Normally you get a DivX trade. And what'll happen is it'll look like the market's going to squeeze in the middle of the afternoon. It'll be like 1:30 in the afternoon. The market's going to look bullish, like it's going to go higher. And they're going to bloodbath the market for like half a day. Or it's not even half a day, from like 1:30 till 3:30. And they blood the fucker, like 30, 40, 50 points. It's gross. It's really gross. But then they buy that bottom before the close of the day. And they super fucking ramp it up into the close. And then they dump shares at the close of that day. Now, what that is if you don't understand the functions of this stuff, there are people that are like short calls, short puts, and they have to like rebuy the market or sell the market. And in this example, they need to sell the market. So they're trying to sell down the market here, and there's a capture in there in the middle. The swoops it up, steals the dividend, so you own the shares, you capture the dividend, then you dump the shares back on the market the next day. You're actually taking the shares away from someone with options that they're selling. Yeah. So, anyways, we're not at that trade yet. The trade doesn't come up, I don't think, until next week. We'll be here for it. It'll be like 1:30 in the afternoon. Market's going to look super bullish, and then it's going to fucking it's going to bleed. It's going to get sent down the depths of hell for a minute. Well, not a minute, like an hour or two. I'm assuming I think Volwiz thinks that it's a hedge fund of some kind or a boiler room somewhere doing it. Basically, you're owning shares. The most simplistic way to say this is you're owning shares for half a day to capture the dividend, and then you're dumping the shares back in the market again. Receive exposure to spy for DivN or DivX for a day. 1 day, that's it. Am I watching the feed? No, I will though. Let me read through it. If you do the true turnaround Tuesday, we should bloodbath today into the close. Now it's 2:20 p.m. right now. We'll know if they bled us down at 3 o'clock, 2:30 to 3. We'll know if they shank us down to the close. If it's a true turnaround Tuesday, it'll happen after the close. U.S. Ukraine agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources. Yeah, same stuff. The ball is now in Russia's court. Ukraine, the U.S. cancels freeze on intelligence sharing. Yeah. White House Canada has always been an ally. Perhaps they're becoming a competitor now. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with this? Like, Canada's a competitor. They're not a competitor of the United States. It's so much fucking, so much like subterfuge. Canada is not a competitor of the United States of America. You know what's fucked up about this too, right? There are bad effects of this. I think I've spoken about this on the show already once or twice. Canada is not a competitor of the United States of America. They can be though. If we destroy those relationships enough, if you were to put together if like NATO was to break down, UN was to break down, what you could do is you just walk away from the treaty. Not the U.S. It's like someone the other day was saying, well, the U.S. can't be voted out of these treaties. I'm like, nope, they can't. But everybody can walk away from those treaties, and that can happen. So what you would do is you would make a new treaty with Canada, Mexico, Australia, and most of the EU, and then you would be a direct competitor of the United States, and that could backfire on us. I don't know if that happens in year 3 and 4 of the presidency with Trump. We're not there yet, so you can't price it in, but that is possible. Squeeze it, baby. Keep on squeezing. No, there's a little bit more room here on SPX to go higher, but just note here. Let me just show you a couple things here. You've got 2 places, 2 inflection points here. The first one is right here. And then you've got this big boy up here. Now you're going to get back tested the whole way up here. And I want to show you bottom right-hand screen. You've got the half-hour trigger coming up. The hourly trigger is even higher. So I'll leave these here for you. And there's a pivot point here in 5650, and we're at 5600 right now. So just be careful or conscious of the zeros on SPX. We're trading 5600 right now. And let me just check to see if that gamma bar is gigantic or not. It's kind of big. We should see some resistance here at 5600 to pull back. But we can break higher and trade 5650. So watch for a pullback here. Yeah, I'm making fucking bank right now. I gotta take a quick potty break. I gotta go potty. I've been here all day long. It's 2:24 in the afternoon. I haven't left the goddamn chair. Give me like 5 minutes to be right back with you guys. Way is still higher on the day. There is likely going to be a pullback here. So price that into whatever trades you're in.
Seeing the euro rising to a session high, last at 1.05% after Ukraine agrees to US proposal for 30-day ceasefire. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. Alberta Energy Minister says that Canadian companies are preparing paperwork to become compliant with the USMCA Trade Pact. Zelensky says ceasefire proposal covers frontline, not just air and sea exclusively. Also, New York Times picking up on Mobus said earlier on in the session, the US said to tell Canada they will enforce a visitor registration law. Alberta Energy Minister calls US steel and aluminium tariff hike extremely disappointing. Seeing SP 500 and Dow pair losses. Nasdaq now higher, again with the Ukraine agreeing to 30-day ceasefire with Russia. Seeing NYMEX natural gas. April futures settle at around $4.45. Gasoline April futures settle at around $2.10 a gallon, and diesel April futures settle at around $2.19 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle at $66.25 a barrel, up 22 cents or 0.33%. Euro hits high since January against the yen after Ukraine agrees to US proposal for 30-day ceasefire, last up 1.3%. Euro rose to the highest since July 2024 against the Swiss franc after the Ukraine ceasefire. Last up nearly 1%. Also, European stock features pair losses on Ukraine ceasefire. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. 1%. Ontario's Ford said Lightning agreed to meet with Ford on Thursday. Ford says suspending 25% surcharge on exports of electricity. Ford says that we will discuss a renewed USMCA ahead of April 2nd deadline. So just seeing some Canadian dollar strength off the back of those comments from Ontario's Ford. Again, suspending 25% surcharge on exports of electricity, and we'll discuss a renewed USMCA ahead of April 2nd deadline. So that's the suspending 25% surcharge on exports of electricity to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. Seeing US Treasury yields extend rise after Ukraine's ceasefire, 10-year yield last up about 7.5 basis points. The Ontario Premier says electricity surcharge will be suspended temporarily. Ontario Premier said Lundin reached out and offered an olive branch. Brent crude futures settle at $69.56 a barrel, up 28 cents or 0.4%. Ontario's Premier, citing federal finance minister, says Ottawa will respond dollar for dollar if the US increases steel and aluminium tariffs. Trump says Tesla is a great product. He's currently speaking to reporters at the White House. So again, Trump saying Tesla is a great product. US stocks at sessions highs, Dow last down 0.5%, S&P 500 up 0.2%, and Nasdaq up 1%.
All right, sorry about that. Do 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 do.
Protect your trades from macro
Hold on a second here.
Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
There's another little bump up here. If you watch down below here, there's one more squeeze higher.
We'll obviously see if we can try and find a video of Trump.
56.50, and there's one more to the hourly trigger. Kind of hard for me to like. I could say it's somewhere up in here. Just be careful of the 3 o'clock hour. This 3 o'clock hour likes to get funky, right? Take all your money away, you go up there, and then it's wham wham, and then we're up there, wham wham. Just be careful at 3 p.m. They like to take all your money at 3. It is 2:54.
So still not saying he had live videos of Trump speaking live.
We got Trump coming up here in a second, I think. Trump, Tesla's a great product. Okay. I don't know. Fucking We're supposed to have Trump live here in a few minutes. If I can get the video or the audio, I will. I don't see it here available at the moment.
So just re-looking at Trump's schedule for the day, there isn't anything for him to be speaking to press at the moment, so there probably isn't going to be a live video anywhere for this.
Okay, so we'll just get the news squawker that'll read some of this off. What am I looking for here?
Canadian dollar rising 0.2% against the dollar, approaching daily high.
I do want to hold on a second here. The trigger screen really quick. Go to the 1 month.
Trump says U.S. economy is going to blow it away.
Okay, so I want you to look at this with me closely if you can. Well, let me. What did I do? Wait a minute here. Put that back up so you guys can see all the chat. Okay, so if you guys recall the 562, do you remember the 562? Look at this. Wick does all the damage, right? You guys know about the wick. Here's the wick. This is a monthly candle. I want to show you this. Gather round.
Trump referring to tariffs, saying the U.S. had to do this.
Sorry, I got to get in the Discord really quick. Okay, so what I want to show you is this, most importantly, this line right here that we keep talking about, right? This one right here. This is your monthly right here.
Just seeing a little bit of downside movement on the S&P 500 off of the back of that comment. Slight downside movement.
You guys are taking all your money off, I'm assuming.
Again, on the comment that
I think that's what they're saying in the Discord too. Take your money and run. I'm hopeful that's what they're saying. And here is your weekly right here. And most importantly, so we got weekly. I want you to see this wick here, okay? So I think David calls it, I don't know what he calls it, but he says something about the wick or whatever. The damage is done with the wick, but the body matters, right? And more importantly here is going back to that monthly candle, just to switch back here and show you this. All right, we've got that big old fat wick. I know some of you want to see us go down here to 530 and lower, right? 5089, 530. You want to see the collapse of the United States of America. You want to see this, then you want to see a failure, then you want to see this, then you want to see that. I know, I get it. Not normally how the stock market works, though. We have seasonal weakness, of course. We're going to find out above if we are going to sell here to the downside or if we're going to squeeze up and then come back down here. I think it's something like that. I forget what it was. I drew it for you on a brief. You've had that brief from me now. I believe it was the weekend brief that I showed to you, but this is important. The buyers are stepping in at this moment. It may take a week to escape to the upside. May take, like, what would I say, the 14th, and I believe the 19th or 17th or 19th. I can't recall exactly off the top of my head right now, but I want you to see that buyers are stepping in. That's the most important. We're going to go back to a daily basis now. We did the weekly and the monthly, right? I'm going to take a peek right here. And this is important here. What mostly is important about is this. So you've got this candle right here, right? You got this candle right here. This is Monday. This is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. and then finally a breakout, okay? You've got this zone right here. This is a breakdown. I don't see that happening in any way, shape, or form. Sorry. And no, I don't see us pinning here until fucking OPEX. Apologize for that, but I don't see it. What I do see, though, is this. Is that we're range bound in here for now. We talked about this morning where I said to you, I'm not bearish anymore, and I haven't been since Friday. So this low right here on Friday. We got our low on Friday. Whoop, right here. Sorry. We got our low right here on Friday. And now, to me, we're range bound in this week until we can break up. Okay? Not down, but up. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Markets go up.
But that's not my take here, okay? We're going to trade this, and then we're going to move up. So the important thing for you to understand here is that this 62 should hold. You have a daily resistance above
we have to rebuild
right here. Move this over here. I don't know why it's so wonky right now. Okay, just so you can see all this stuff right here. And you have a zone that we can trade. Okay, I want you to see that we have a zone. If we can get up in here, we're going to get a zone that we can trade, okay? Now, it's important that we break above here, of course, and we can trade this zone. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute, but I want you to see that this is your resistance right here. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to trade these 2 points right here before we find out if we're going to crash, I guess. Right up there. This one right here. And that one right here. This is the return to the scene of the crime. Right? If you're all out there and you're like, we're gonna crash, Cappy. We want to see that return to the scene of the crime.
Electricity tariff.
Now, of course, that's likely going to get sold. We're going to see if we go up here. That's likely going to get sold. You're going to exit and hedge. You're going to hedge or exit. If we break above and begin to exit and get out of here, we'll then put more risk on. We haven't had a cross of the daily and the weekly yet, so none of that matters. Right? We can't tell the story until it happens.
Decision to suspend 25% energy surcharge.
We're also going to look here at this 4 hour on a 4 hour basis. Let me get rid of this thing over here. And let's start looking at what we got going on here. All right, we got lots of demand, right? Wicks. Buy, and buy. We're going to put that one there. We're going to put this one right here. Bam. Put that one right there. We're going to change that to yellow. Four hour resistance. 4 hour. Lots of gaps to close. Switch to a 1 hour basis. You see right here, there's still some resistance right here.
Now we have to talk to Russia.
They're stepping in to sell on us in this 1 hour.
And hopefully Putin will agree on the plan.
Yep. Okay. And we're going to do some more looking over here. We're going to do this one down here.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. Right.
And right down here, you see this lower one right here. what I want to talk to you about is when we are in between these levels. You've got a zone to trade right here. Right? You've got a zone to trade right here. You want to break above to trade that zone. Makes sense?
Trump says, I would invite Zelensky back to the White House.
Jesus Christ. I can't do it. I really can't. I can't do this every day. What week are we in? Like fucking fourth week of a presidency? So what I want to start with is this right in. Well, you can see they sell us down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to show you just this inside of here.
Trump says interest rates have to come down.
No, they don't. You can just slow. You can. Oh, no, they don't. Oh,
So Trump's saying interest rates have come down.
They have come down. I can't do this. I can't do this every day. I can't do the fucking shit's gonna make me. Now, what I want to show you here, what's important on a daily basis, right? Daily velocity is getting very long in the tooth here. It wants to turn up. I also want to show you that weekly it's come down to neutral and has a possibility of turning up. And this is good. The yellow and the orange, very good. And that means that there is an opportunity here, not guaranteed, but an opportunity here for the market to begin to turn up, i.e., this yellow line begins literally turning up, and this orange line begins turning up. So there is an eye of the needle here for us to get up and out of here. Not guaranteed. I will tell you one thing. If we don't get that second leg down right now, I'm going to come back and haunt all of you that have been in my fucking stream telling me this is not weakness, not seasonal, and, you know, crash time, and that's the high. If we trade an all-time new high, I'm going to find all you bears and fucking ban you. I'm just kidding. I got to go through this shit twice a year minimum. So we're going to talk about here is expectations. Let me go back to the trigger screen. We're going to, matter of fact, I was looking at Ford today, and I'm like, oh Jesus, they bought the dip on Ford again. Shocker. Shocker Pikachu.
If he would reduce that, he says probably so.
We're attempting to break out and above right now. Whoop. To trade what? Trade this right here. That's what we're trying to trade. See it right there? And all that gappage up there. Now if you want to be a buyer of this stuff, or hey Cap, where are we going? That kind of stuff, right? I want you to know that we can trade all the way down here, literally all the way down here to go higher. And remember, I told you we're trading sideways. We could even do this all week before we break out. So you always want to be a buyer of the dip. Okay, just a buyer of the dip. Let me say it to you again. Buyer of the dip. And not be chasing. So we were buying this earlier today, right? Remember earlier today, I'm trying to buy calls. I'm trying to buy calls. Then I bought calls down here. We just made this whole trip higher. Remember, just like the bear's telling you it's straight down,
Canada says we'll
bulls tell you it's straight up. It's not. It's not straight up and it's not straight down. So I want you to see where this line is right here. This is the hourly trigger right here. As far as I'm concerned, it's just another sell point. You can see how we have a sell point here in this half-hour trigger. We have another sell point here at the hourly trigger. Don't be counting your eggs in one basket, being like, yeah, fuck yeah, bro, we're going up here. Don't do that shit. You are waiting for a price to break above the hourly trigger, make a new high, and then successfully backtest to get long. You understand?
Trump on 50% Canada tariffs going into effect.
So don't get all crazy in here thinking we're going to moon. None of that stuff. You're going to be looking for a place to buy the dip. Okay? So for right now, it's going to make you all angry, I know. I want you to think about reversing course over here, okay? I want you to think about, hey, if we're going to reverse course, start heading higher, if that's the case, right? I want you to think about this more like this. Something like this right here. Right? Trying to break out, trying to break out, trying to break out, trying to break out, trying to break out. Kind of a thing, right? Wham, up, up, and away. Be down here to buy these dips. Make sense? If we actually break out at some point, we'll start talking about taking the next trade to the next level. Make sense? So let's just put this right here. I'm going to switch this up for you here just a little bit. Make this just like this. Kind of got that high right there. Try to hold that high right there if possible. Let me check this here. You've got the low, right? We just put in the high just then. See that high tick? So this is, let me just count this for you, okay? Prior high right here. You have the new high. High, new high. See it? High, new high. You're likely going to get another pullback in here. And then you're going to get an extension run up here. This will be the biggest one. It's possible that goes up there. Possible. And then you'd get one more pullback down here, some kind of another correction. There's a chance we can get slammed back down in here. But for now, look at it like this, okay? Pull back. Buy another dip to go higher. 5-minute trigger and the half-an-hour trigger is right down there. You got your V-shaped recovery here, here, and then here.
Trump says we'll label violence.
Call it 558. But I do want you to know that we can wick that, right? This could become this. It kind of looks stupid, but be open to buying dips down below at 555.54. We'll see if we can put a rally together. And this may get moved over. I want you to realize that this could get moved over and over and over. And today is only Tuesday. So I want you to realize that this can't, like, you could have like some kind of like down here, there's your wick, right? Then we're back up again. Try it again. We get the new high a second time. You get the high here. Back down again, right? On an hourly basis, at least. And we're just like fighting to get higher and higher. Maybe that one would be higher. And that's how I get the line, right? There's your line. There's your line going higher. So be down here as a buyer. Buyer, pants on fire. Looking for that eventual breakout to the upside. Okay. Where's Friday? Hey, look at that. There's Friday. What do we got going on here? Check this out.
Headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time settlement.
I'm going to bet here that you're going to get people telling you, "Oh, we're winding up." Right? Which way does it break? Depths of hell? Up there. There's probably going to be a lot of traders also telling you that we are locked in to not this Friday, but next Friday's OPEX because of the JPM collar. That we're going to stay range bound the entire time for the next 2 weeks.
Trump says
I disagree with that. Here is your
Trump on sell-off, saying some people will
Wednesday and Friday. Here's your OPEX. I'm sure that I'm positive that there's probably 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people on FinTwit telling you we're going to do this, and you're not going to escape. If you believe that trade, cool. Fuck yeah. Personally, I think that we escape this. We're up and away somewhere in here in a major way. And we're going to hit the top side of the original. Well, not only are we going to hit that, but we're going to hit in my view, we escape this, right? We're going to ramp up into OPEX here, and then we're going to ramp up into an all-time high by the end of the month, whatever the 30th is over here. There. In my view, the path for us into April is this, right here. Right there, that's where we're going for end of month. Now, maybe I'm wrong here, but I want to show you one last thing. When you tell me I'm wrong here, I would say to you to do your own due diligence. Get rid of this. We got the park and the bus gang out there telling you it's going to be like this all week.
Musk says that we will be careful on interruptions to benefits.
I am sure that's what they're telling you. Or we can swing up here. We're coming back down. This is your zone, bro. Sorry. Lock it in. Theta gang. I want to warn you of something about this.
So that's in regards to Social Security benefits.
Just want to draw your attention to that right there. Wait a minute. We'll just make it. Let's get rid of it. I just want to draw your attention to watch my cursor.
Low versus Canadian dollar, last down 0.3%.
This is March 2026 or 2022. We were actually up here at the top of the. We were actually way up here at the beginning of the JPM collar. Way up here. We traded all the way down to the middle of the JPM collar, and like doom and gloom, doom and gloom. We are going to trade sideways and pin the middle collar. Well, we didn't. We super fucking ramped for like fucking days. Here's one day, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 p.m. on OPEX day. Bye-bye, bitches. We're out of here. And then we bye-bye bitched all the way up into the end of the month of April. We traded 445 from a low 395. That is a massive move. Massive. It's not the same, of course, where we are at 600, but way down here at
markets we've ever had.
395 trading. 445. That is what is that? 25%
And
move.
I'm optimistic about the country.
That's a 25% move into end of month. That's what that is. I think that's 25% move. So let me put that in. Let me show you what could happen. Oh, no. Fuck just happened there. Did I just turn off? Hold on a second here.
Putin saying it takes 2 to tango.
Sorry about that. Let's measure 551. 25% of that is 100 and what? 10-point move? 110-point move.
I think I'll talk to Putin this week.
It's a 110-point move. That puts us, hey, shocker. 110-point move. Huh, interesting. Puts us right here on the 30th. 25% move. So I know that right now that the flows come in on the 14th, and I know that the prevailing FinTwit wisdom is this or this into OPEX, but I'm going to warn you right now. You get one warning from me. I'm not going to say it again. I've said it too many times. I've had too many people. Too many people try telling me that this can't happen. Vortex, giant sucking sound, maybe, but we already tagged the. We already tagged the. We already tagged. There's the. Is that still there? Did I delete that already? We already. Sorry about this. So my point is that we've already tagged the middle strike, and I don't know if you're prepared for that move or not. I'm sure people are going to tell you, "Oh, after OPEX, that kind of shit." It's going to happen after OPEX, bro. It's going to happen at after the end of the month. I'm going to warn you right now. This fucking market is primed.
The Tesla shares up 5%.
Trade 610. 610 by end of month.
Trump says, "I hope buying a Tesla
end of March."
Tesla
Am I guaranteed that we're going to trade it? No. I am looking at call options that are way outside the money, and it's obscene how much they cost right now. Dealers are open to that move. I can assure you of that. So how you trade this? Let me go back to the trigger screen. We're talking about this morning. We've been talking about the past few days. Any low you can, you get long. Any low you can, you just get long. Something in the money. and to print out into OPEX and end of month on the upside. The more in the money you are, the more of a spread it is, the easier it is, right? You got time in your hands. You got till end of the month. You buy something down here and just live down here as a trader. You just live on these lows.
Doing the job.
You just keep buying to print out that upside move. We will come back to is this the end of the market later? We have to see if there's a lot of other things that need to happen for this downside move to continue. There's some return to the scene of the crime. There's two targets for the upside. I don't like talking about them, but like one of these upside targets is like 98,604.
Musk says, I think you'll know when.
There's one for like 620, 625 before a roll to the downside. But the thing that you need to know more importantly is for right now is trade each leg as they unfold. Like trade the downside weak leg, right? And then trade the recovery, and then we'll deal with if there is another leg to the downside when we get there. We can most assuredly do that, but where that price is, where that sell is, likely isn't down here. In no way, shape, or form. If there are sellers, they are way, way higher. They're either up here, right, or they're even higher. 98, this is 605, 598. They're likely still up here waiting to sell. Somewhere up right in there. So we squeeze up there. And if they're going to get their next leg, we're going to do that upside move. And then we'll look at that when we get to end of month, beginning of April. And there's some like weak flows in the beginning of April. So they're going to take the shot at it. We'll find out if the weak flows matter or not, because we can continue higher, of course, and trap all these fucking bears in the middle of April. We could have a bottoming in the middle of April, and then we're off and running to our summer trade. Remember, we've got April fucking. I want you to remember something. Like, we got April fucking. You go up there, you do that shit at the end of April. They send us back down. This stuff starts rolling up. You get a little bit of a weak front end of April. All of a sudden, it's back up and we're running again. We're running into May, June, July. Woo! And no one's thinking about all the crash we were talking about. All the bears disappear. Smoke bombs. I'll be back. You'll have bears telling you I only meant that was the top for February, bro. I never said it was the top for the whole year. All kinds of that noise and nonsense. I realize that Trump is a real danger to the stock market, the economy, and all that kind of stuff. All of a sudden, things clear up though, and the news gets good again, and they're powering through the summer trade, and you're going to be left behind. So don't get left behind. Don't get left behind on these fucking up moves. If they start to sell us down, though, let's say we go up to April, and then they start selling us down, yeah, we'll get short. We'll put a hedge on. We'll hedge out that doom fucking trade. Yeah, it's awesome. Great. Thanks for the doom. But we're not there right now, so. Again, ready? Trade it up, trade it down, trade it up, trade it down, trade it up, trade it down, start breaking out. We're out of here. Maybe we'll get a little doom down there at some point. Just trade the range and look for the break to the upside. Does that make sense to you guys? I'm hoping that it does. So anyways, let's take a look at this one more time. I wrote that you can't see shit there, so just put it in the trash. Expectations. We got the new high. All right, come back down here. I'm going to look for another high up there. And I'd even be willing to, if you guys want expectations for tomorrow. We're already coming down here and doing this already. Put it right there. And just be like a scumbag down here trying to buy all this stuff for more upside, and eventually we're gonna win. So, just be like me, like a slumlord. As a matter of fact, this line right here, snap yourself. Do this at home. Take your pen at home and look at these highs right here, just like that. That's all I want you to do. We already beat this high right here. So you're just like coast to coast. Down here, look at that pin strike right there. Right? Up here, new high, come back down, new high. Yeah, we're off and running. Yeah, baby, do it. All that kind of stuff, okay? And just paying attention. Paying attention specifically to new lows. Paying attention if we're blooding down here. That's hella scary. We don't want to see that. Don't want to see the double one because we're going to go down at depth to hell, crash. All the doomers are out there talking about a crash. Now you're just looking to get a new high. I might even drop this down. We can even do it this way. I do this like that. Make it nice and easy. Nice and easy. That like that. Like that. We'll make it easy. Easy peasy, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's higher, but and right here. Expectations. It's kind of a shitty thing. I should just draw it like this. Dot that. Dot. Like that. Make sense? Put that there. The dip. By the fucking dip, right? We want to see strength, don't we? Look what it looks like right there. Is that easier for you guys to see? You want to snip that for yourselves? There's 4 p.m. We have tomorrow for economic calendar, core inflation rate month over month, year over year, CPI. CPI matters less than inflation. Maybe get a nice little doom down here for tomorrow morning with some inflation and CPI data. Whoop. And you're ready to buy this again. Make sense? So you get a nice little wick down here. You're Johnny on the spot in pre-market, or you're Johnny on the spot at 9 a.m. And we look to buy another dip again tomorrow in the morning. Make sense? Tuesday, 1600. Yeah, here it was Wednesday. That's kind of garbage.
So it seems like Trump has stopped speaking. So far, nothing's come through.
Move that over. This is the overnight, by the way. What am I on, a 1 minute chart here? Jesus Christ. These things never fucking. Wait, somewhere in there. This is a 1 minute chart. These things never. Right there. There's your 4 hour right there. Bam. Makes sense. Go up here, bunch of crap. Oh my God, CPI. Oh my God, inflation. Whoop. Straight back up tomorrow morning. Look to buy the dip in the morning. So there you go. There's expectations for today to tomorrow. Let's see how this works out. You want to try it out? Let me see if I can send anybody over there. I'll see if there's anybody available. In a second here.
Canada says if US moves ahead with imposition of tariffs on March 12th, we will be ready to respond firmly and proportionally. That's Finance Minister spokesman.
I want to warn you of something. If you're a bear and you think you're going to get puts printing in the morning, you may not. It may be green by the time the market opens. Note that downside move includes the overnight, pre or post or after hours in pre-market. Let me check right now.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Check the 30-minute velo too. I make sure I'm not. Yeah, 30-minute looks great. Dude, we're gonna fucking pull it down some more. I want to buy some of this. We're gonna fucking squeeze, man. Like any downside move, like anything we can give I think this holds. I'll be honest. I think this holds here. The only way they're getting it under here is after the close. The only way they do this in low volume environments. The only way they break price below this is going to be like after hours, pre-market, low volume. If this was like, if right where we are, a snapshot, if it was like 9:30, it'd be a trend day, the upside. I fucking feel bad for Canada, I gotta be honest with you guys. I like Canada. I don't want to. I'll stop talking about this stuff. I don't want to talk about it publicly because it has nothing to do with the market. What I want to say. I'll shut up. I'm reading some of this stuff about Canada. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, it really is the scapegoat. And it sucks because I got to look at it from the perspective of a market participant. And I got to be cold-hearted, which sucks.
Contact with U.S. representatives over the next few days.
Like I got to trade the fucking stock markets and not my politics. It's not fucking easy. I can't say it isn't easy. Give me a second here. I got my I've been putting my fucking fingers on my glasses.
Trump's speech at the White House is now being played.
Let me ask you guys a question here. I was talking about, let me just ask you guys a question here. What do you guys think of this? I'm going to bounce this off you. I was approached to do a podcast. Not frequently. It would be like a once a week or once a month. This is more of a podcast. It would be in person, of course. But to do a podcast format type thing, like an hour, with guests and topics, like not necessarily stock market related or politic related. Just a there's a few ideas pitched my way. I think it would be just trending topics. It could be on any topic. Could be anything. Think about it, like Olympics, sports, boxing, UFC, skiing, you name it. Could be anything. But like book discussions that was brought up. Actually, we talked about doing book discussions on just audio. But do you think that would be like? Do you think people could separate? I'm being a serious question, you guys. Do you think people could separate that from this? Like, oh, yeah, he does this whole other thing. It wouldn't be often. It would just be like once a week or once a month. Sit down with other people, sit in a group and do a like topical conversation.
ConocoPhillips CEO says that
Well, they talked about like
to grow.
They were talking about it not being even if it's political, it would just be part, like you'd have, so like you can go and buy like what's trending right now, what do people want to talk about. It could be anything, and having that side show, like a podcast. I was invited to do it. I don't know if I'm afraid that I don't want to alienate what I'm doing here, you know? It's not actually paid. It's unpaid. It's not meant to be paid. It's meant to be. The reason I was asked this was because people like conversation, and so it goes more down the lines of something that you could listen to when you're falling asleep at nighttime, or we discussed many different. We just talked about like we could go down any path. We could, if we were talking about like, well, we could make it all about just sailing, or all about hiking, or all about skiing, or sports, or reading, or whatever. Raising kids, it could be anything, but more so along the lines of it's not arguing about politics at all. It was more like just like life, and something for people to consume. Where the discussion started because we were discussing how people get their entertainment today is changing drastically. You can see it in movies, right? No one. Do any of you guys go to the DVD store or the VCR store? No. Do you guys? Does like America wait for the newspaper on Thursday to look at all the new films coming out? Like we have 10 different releases, 8 different releases on a Friday, every Friday, and you and your friends or your family are planning to go to the drive-in or the movie theater. Those days are kind of over, right? Last time you've seen physical media, rare. We don't have that culture anymore, right? We're constantly consuming media. We people have a thirst for it. Like I watch this show, then I watch that show, then I watch this show on YouTube, watch this thing on Twitch, then I watch this thing on video games, and then I play this video game, right? Video game consumption is huge. Like the stories in video games are amazing today, right?
Confidence in center.
You get lost in a video game for 100, 200, 300 hours, tells you a story, you get to meet people, play with them. How people consume their entertainment is so different, vastly different than it ever was when I was young. So that's how the whole conversation came up. Was
ousted in Parliament vote. Not seeing anything from the Euro at the back of that. One minute to the market and close now. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. 10 seconds. S&P 500 buy side 5.5 billion, Nasdaq sell side 899 million, Dow 30 buy side 68 million, Mag 7 sell side 462 million. So again, buy side on the S&P 500 for the mock 5.5 billion, and Nasdaq 100 sell side 886 million, Dow 30 buy side now 39 million, and Mag 7 sell side 445 million.
Thanks. I'm reading some of your comments right now. Yeah, I was thinking about it for like the reason we brought the whole conversation came up was I was in a discussion with some friends, and they do this for a living, and we have these great conversations that take place over hours, and they're good conversations. We range in topics. Like, we talk about crazy shit. We talk about music. We talk about politics. We talk about fucking
500
UFOs. You name it. We talk about all kinds of stupid shit.
At the buy side.
Talk about kids. Talk about. Matter of fact, this conversation has been ongoing for a couple months. But I was talking to them yesterday about robotics first. And it was this long conversation about robotics first, and I was like, "This would be a great thing to chat about." Like, people probably want to hear this conversation. I didn't even bring it up. Another guy did. He was like, "This would be really good conversation pieces for people to listen to." I'm like, "Yeah, like I find these conversations engrossing. Really good conversations." So, anyways, I was thinking about it. Can I impact it without time with my family? Yeah, I did tell these guys, I was like, there would need to be a producer. I would need to be prepped for it. Like, let's talk about, somebody mentioned Joe Rogan. They're prepped for their shows. Even Joe Rogan's show is not reality. It's based in reality. Whenever they have topics or guests on, you're usually given like, punch lists and crib notes on subjects you're going to broach, or at least have a background of something to discuss and talk about. It's part of what this is like. So if let's say we're going to talk about, I don't know, fucking UFOs, I would have to prep myself for current UFO topics that people would want to hear about, right? As an example. Dude, I might buy this fucking clothes. Come on down, dude. Come on down, baby. Come on. I'll buy the fuck out of this clothes. Come on down here. I double dog dare you to do this in cash market. I literally double dog dare you to do this in cash market. Bring it down here. Bring it to daddy down here. But come on down. Do it in cash. I fucking dare you to do this in cash market. Dare you. Get it down here. Down. Bring it down. Do it to 4:15. I gotta wait on the show now to 4:15 to see if this fucker comes down, don't I? Yeah. Give me the doom. Bring it on down here. I'm getting aggressive. I'm getting bulled up. I can already feel it. I'm like, I'm getting bulled up. I want you to know this. Like, not quite there yet. But like, the bull's gonna like buy every dip. Not there yet, but close. It's really fun. Like, fucking give me the doom. Give me it all. I want all of it. I was like that this morning. I'm like, try that one. I'm like, stop me out. No problem. Do it again. Like, fucking, I know where we're going. We're going higher. Any excess to the downside, and we'll start buying the fuck out of it. time with my family. So that was something I did raise. I was like, well, we need to have a producer. I'd need to be prepped. I'd need to have like, I don't know, 1 to 5 pages, or some kind of a producer to say, we're going to talk about this today, or this is where the conversation could lead. Here's your prep. So that you're at least aware of what you're going to talk about. And, it wouldn't be often. I did make a point to say, if you're going to do this, let's start with like once a month. And if people like it, we'll do once a week. And the thing about an hour program is that it's short. It's much, 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 much less prep than this. This is crazy. It really is. There's so many different ways the market can go in real time, or other shit going on, or we're covering all kinds of different topics, And we haven't had Trump for 4 years, so it's been easier not having him in the background, just fucking constantly fucking going. Like we haven't had this in fucking 4 years, right? Got fucking Canadians fighting with us today. You got conversations about NATO, about spending bills, and the fucking House this, and this is going to happen. And we got Doge and Elon front and center at all times. You're just waiting for the next shoe to drop, right? Fucking just an air pocket, straight down. Then we're fucking just bleeding straight up on an election. This whole election's been fucking a nightmare. The whole thing. Since summertime, it's been fucking crazy. Or it started getting crazy in summer, and then as soon as we knew that Trump was going to win, it was like, oh God, here we go. So I think it's not going to be that difficult, or to at least try it or test it. I think I'd like to test it. This wouldn't be something that would start though till May or even the fall. I have to meet with these guys in May. Actually, I'm going to go meet these guys in May and talk to them and see what they have to say. But you're right. It'd have to be less invasive, right? It could only be something that this would be recorded and then someone would edit it and post it. A completely different channel. It'd be a whole different thing. So it'd be more like I show up and prepped, right? I probably would need to do an hour to 2 hours of prep, sit for probably an hour and a half conversation, and then it would get edited down to like 50 minutes. But I wouldn't do any of the editing or none of the producing. I would just show up for the interview. What does that mean? This means that people have their own tastes. Not me. I'm always down here. This is Captain Jim James used call lot down here. This means that some people are going to try to buy the dip right here. I'm trying to buy the dip down here. Yeah, buy the fucking dip, right? When the dip keeps on dipping, that's where I live, down here. If this holds, though, that's the buy the dip, right? Get a new high, back tests, and we're out of here. Don't trust this weak shit here. I already gave you the expectations, right? I already drew it out for you earlier. Down here. The weak sauce down here. Up here. Now, if you can do this today, I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, I've got 3 people. What is it? 3 people on YouTube. Eva La, SGRK, and Sergeant Rock, I'm assuming that is. And King Dingling. I don't know if anybody on Twitch wanted a free trial. If they do, if anybody on Twitch wants a free trial, I've got a few free memberships to give out. Trial memberships. There's someone looking right now on the chat on YouTube and Twitch. Dude, if we can get this down here, I want to buy it. If we can like bleed this down here, I don't know if they will, but if they did, I'm on it. Okay, I'll see you guys. Some other things here. So I'll have a brief for you tonight. I got really like thrown a wrench yesterday with my daughter. I'm gonna go back and do some work with her tonight again, but I'm gonna try to manage my time better, so that I get sleep and I get the brief out and I eat. I got stuck last night with like no food, I was just like running. I like literally was up at 4 a.m. I was up at 8 a.m. I worked all morning in the office, and then I worked with my daughter until 10:30. I dropped her off at home at 10:30. And then I went out to dinner. There was the fucking restaurant wasn't serving food. Find a second restaurant to eat. I wasn't home and in bed until 12:30, 1 in the morning. And I was back up again this morning at 4 and at 7 and at 8. So I just need to manage my time better, or I just wasn't knowing what I was doing, or how I was getting from here to there to do this and that and all that kind of stuff yesterday. So I should have a better plan today on how to approach this. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Keep your chin up. If you're a bull right now, keep your chin up. Look for bottoms to buy, right? And the way higher. Put your blinders on. Don't get all crazy with the doom and the gloom and all that kind of stuff. This whole week here is meant to shake you out. That's what this week is. Shake you out. This whole week is to shake you out. They're not going to give you anything free here. There's no free money in the stock market. If you think that there's free money, you're out of your fucking skull. There just isn't like that. So be patient, and when the dips come to you, just keep buying these dips in the bottoms, and one of these things are going to fucking move us way higher. The market doesn't go straight down. Sorry. It does sometimes. Even when it did in COVID, it blasted up too. COVID, we had violent fucking squeezes.
Argentine Central.
I don't know if you were trading that or not, but it wasn't as pretty as you'd think. So just be aware, the squeeze is out there. Okay, the pump is out there. Promise you. All right, I'll see you guys.